Live at 4:44, angelic, right? So gotta get those numbers when you can. So we're looking at the election fraud is exposing itself more and more by the day in California. Will this lead to a Democrat collapse? Because we know that they only are in existence because of fraud in the voting system. So this gets exposed in California. It's a sting operation, I believe, and eventually they'll be able to shut it down in every state, right? So, like I've been saying, Democrat Party is going to go bye-bye, right? So we could be seeing an imminent collapse this year before this next election or after this election, because they won't, for the most part, be elected. Now, are there good Democrats out there? Yes. Are there good? But they have to stick to a party line because the Democrat Party is so captured, right? So if you come into the Democrat Party and you have good ideas, they can't be implemented, right? You have to go with the party line or you will be destroyed, right? You, your family, and on and on. Kind of the same thing in the Republican Party as well. So I'm not, taking any pot shots at any particular party. They both need to go away, right? Now, Trump has been taking Iranian oil at the rate of 100 million barrels, right? That's what he's claiming. So we'll talk about that. And big earth changes are coming within, I think, before the end of this year, and definitely on a larger scale into 2027. So will that big earth change event that's coming and more after that, will that be the thing that collapses the stock markets of the world? It could, right? Because I'll show you when we had the attack back in World War II on Pearl Harbor, the stock market took a 20% cut, just right at 20%, not quite. So 20% major correction, and we've had about a 10%, like I talked about last night. You better be getting into silver. If it keeps going down, keep buying it. But today it turned around. Looks like it may be going to the moon now. So it's still not too late, because this will be a great buying opportunity in silver. And if it turns around and goes back down, just keep buying it, guys. All right. It's a great opportunity. You're going to see, because I'll show you the numbers a little while. The stock market was up big today. Remember I said last night, stock market will probably turn around tomorrow because Elon Musk has his SpaceX that comes out on Friday. So the markets are going to celebrate and blow up. So it'll be like 1929 all over again, right? So the market furor is going to be incredible going up. It's going to gain back that 10% of the loss and gain another 20 to 30% before it's all over, before it crashes, all right? So enjoy it while you can. Get your silver where you can and get those percentage increase, because the percentage increase in silver was a lot more than the stock market today. Right? It's a lot more. And if you're in silver ETFs, SILJ, the juniors, you got like well over 7% boost. So I was very happy about that, because I went in early today and bought a bunch more, and it's a bigly. All right, let's jump in. Let's talk about this election fraud that's going on in Los Angeles and throughout California. The Democrats are, they're whistling past the graveyard, right? I think we all can celebrate that. But like I said, Democrat Party is just one uniparty. It's a political machine that has to be exposed and destroyed. Same thing is happening in the UK. We're looking at Ireland, which is basically talking about breaking away from the UK, and UK is talking about breaking away from NATO. It's like it's all coming apart. It's all coming apart. This is fantastic, because we want NATO, basically the Nazi system, because it was always Nazi. It was always Nazi. The Nazis, were the former generals of Nazi military. Were the ones that ran NATO for a long time. They gave it a little gap so that no one would notice, and then they started running NATO. They still run NATO, right? They're all Nazis. NATO's a Nazi organization, so it has to go bye-bye. All right, let's look at the latest numbers. So Los Angeles primary results. All right, you see Nithya Raman, on election night, she was crying. She was like, we fought hard, but, she's basically given I lost, right? Sorry, guys, we worked hard and everybody supported me, but, we lost. Little did she know that they had plans. Remember how, and we posted that, I talked about it, how Gavin Newsom said, we have a break the glass event if things don't go our way, basically. So the break the glass moment happened, and Nithya Raman zoomed up to second place after giving basically I'm done speech, right? I give up. So, and I'm so sorry, crying and everything. Sorry to her children. Came here, or her parents came here, and she's been running, for offices for, I don't know, last 20 years, whatever. So they came here from India. India, as I did a show earlier with Lisa Schermerhorn and Honey Golden, Lisa informed us that in India, it is basically the rape capital of the world. So you have these women, these people coming from India to America, and they're really populating Texas in a big way, along with Muslims, right? And they want to bring their form of government and ideals to America. I say absolutely effing no, right? Go back to your country and you correct your own country and you live there. You're not going to screw up our country. But I guess in LA, that's going to work out because I think she's going to win, right? I think she's a communist, and the Democrat Party wants communism. They've already done it in 2 large cities. They did it in Seattle, and they did it in New York. So you have 2 communists that are running those cities. Those are big cities, right? New York, the biggest city in America, and LA, the second biggest city in America, and they want it, right? Of course, up in Seattle, that's a pretty big city, right? They have a lot of, that's Microsoft land. So they have a lot of, infrastructure up there for big tech and high tech and so forth. So of course they want that. They want to control that. Spencer Pratt, as you see here, is out. There's no way he can win now. So there's only 7,000 votes left. And that's not enough to get him back up to the number 2 spot. So as you see here, Nithya Raman and Karen Bass will be the ones that advance to the general election, right? Now let's look at what's going on for the governor. The governor, now they have this Steve Hilton check mark, and they came out with this a couple of days ago that he's in the running, right? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. You see here, there's still almost 500,000 votes remaining. And we've been seeing how Tom Steyer has been slowly, step by step, moving up, right? He only needs, and I looked at this earlier, and this was like, I think 18 or 19, something like that. And that's like, he only needs a couple 100,000, and of that 436,000, and he's basically going to surpass Steve Hilton. All right. So we're seeing these numbers are creeping up on still Steve Hilton. Will it? I don't know, but I think so. So they're going to give us, they're going to be like slow stepping it up as they're doing right now, because the number, like I said, increased of the last time I looked at this, and that was only an hour or two ago. So this is a slow takedown, and they'll be like, oh, wow, how about that? Tom Steyer advanced to number 2. Right? So we'll see what happens. But I think it's basically a big sting operation. The Democrat Party is being exposed for fraud during the election, and I think that for the coming midterm, it won't be allowed. All right, so I mean, we've had, like I said, a lot of this is being exposed, and it's going to continue to be exposed. So let's look at how they've been getting some of these votes.
Now we're gonna give you $2. We just need 14 signatures.
The petitioner Brenda Brown hands cash money to the homeless person, not only for signing the California ballot initiative, but also as payment for them to register to vote.
Now, because you haven't registered, I need to register you so I can get paid too. I'm paying you guys, I need to get paid. Come on.
That is a federal felony. And it didn't just happen once. It happened over and over and over again. We personally witnessed and covertly filmed this happening at least 28 times over the span of our investigation. And that is just in Los Angeles. Many of the homeless have zero understanding of what it is that they're actually signing.
But what is that petition for? You know the petition for?
The petitioners instruct the homeless to enter made-up addresses like Pinocchio Lane.
Where do I put as my address?
Yeah, just put up. You live on Pinocchio Lane.
Oh, good.
And all of this occurring just outside the front doors of shelters and NGOs such as Weingart Center, which have received hundreds of millions of dollars in government money. One Weingart employee tells us when and where to find the illegal cash exchanges for signatures outside, and says the cash being given out is coming from a higher source.
Do you know if they provide the money that they're handing out?
Yeah,
The company does.
When they give the money up, they got to go back and tally up if they stealing the money or not. So they got to have receipts. Most of them, if you right across the street under that tree, you can check with them Monday through Friday.
While another Weingart employee advises the homeless on how to practice plausible deniability and ignorance of the law.
See, they say ignorance is no excuse for the law. But a lot of times I have to say I didn't know. I had no idea.
Oh, that would be what he should say.
Yeah. All right. So now there's other, stings that are going on. I'll show you another one where they basically went down and they're asking these homeless people. It's very sad. Very sad. If you can have this ability to spend this much time, gathering illegal votes, you could help these people. It's absolute bullshit, right? Taking advantage of these people. They need to be helped. And of course, they're being paid. California's being paid billions, tens of billions of dollars to help these homeless people. And look what they do with that. That's why this is why they keep them homeless, for the votes.
You live in Skid Row?
I live in Skid Row.
And then would they come down here and try and pay you to vote?
Yes.
On a ballot?
Yes.
How much they pay you?
$5.
And they said, here, come and vote for these candidates?
Yes, sir.
They told you who to vote for?
Yes.
So they told you to vote for Karen Bass or Cynthia Romney?
Karen Bass.
Did you vote for Karen Bass?
Yeah.
For $5?
Yeah.
Did you vote?
Yeah.
Oh, you did for Karen Bass?
Yeah.
Karen? They told you to vote for Karen?
Yeah. They had to sign a little thing.
And how much they pay you?
It was like $2.
$2? Or to sign off on a thing to vote for her?
Yeah.
So they say, oh, do you want to vote for Karen or Nithya? Or they just really just tell you to vote for Karen, huh?
They gave you an optional choice, but they tell you who they want you to vote for.
They tell you who you want to vote for. So like, we'll give you $2, and you got to vote for one of these people.
Well, I'm a barterer, man. So I got $4.
And you're like, yo, give me $4 and I'll do it.
Yeah, man.
All right. So this is bartender, man. So probably back in the day, he was, and unfortunately probably got into drugs and got fired and ended up on the streets. So he's still living that life in his mind. but on the streets, that's not. And there was someone that died on the street while she was doing a show, political show, just recently, running for a political office, and they brought in like these curtains and whatever and covered it up while she was still doing her show. Complete disregard for these unfortunate human beings that are out there that they are supposed to be taken care of. And we know that Spencer Pratt had a plan to help them. So that's why he had to go bye-bye, because they are pocketing billions and billions of dollars, using that money to pay these homeless people a couple bucks. Are you kidding me? For a signature that it's going to keep you in office so you can continue to take advantage of them. This is pathetic.
And so they do this for everybody out here?
Yeah, they come out here all the time.
How often do they come down here?
Probably like 3 times a week.
3 times a week?
Yeah.
To get the ballots?
Yep.
Wow. And so you know other people too that voted too?
All right. So this is the exposure that's happening. These ass clowns are basically, doing this kind of stuff. They need to be held accountable. And I guess the person, they basically found the person that was doing this. Of course, they had it on video. And so they couldn't deny it. So I guess the feds came in and they've arrested this person. And I guess they're charging her with fraud, gathering votes fraudulently. It's federal offense for voting. Now, is this going to eventually, lead to the exposure and they have to stuff? I don't think so. Right. Spencer Pratt is done. Right. He's unfortunately not going to be in that position to help turn California around. I think that he was voted in. I think that he probably got 51% or more of the vote, and they stole it from him. Right. They obviously stole it from him from second place. So, now you're going to see these two useful idiots. One of them, I think, probably the communist Indian lady, is going to get that position, right? Because, like I said, they want to turn America into a communist country. Who benefits from a communist country? Not the people. They're going to clown the people and lie to the people, which they do every time they come in with these communist ideals, where you're going to get free this, you're going to get free that. The people that are rich are going to pay you, and it's like, no, the people that are rich, once you take their money from them, then they don't have any more, right? And if they're smart, they'll get the hell out before they get their money taken. And that's what a lot of billionaires and people that are highly, multi-millionaires have left California, and they've taken their businesses from California. And that's going to continue to accelerate now that everybody's going to see that this shit show of election in California has gone really bad. Probably some people held on with the hope that, Spencer Pratt and maybe Steve Hilton would get in there. Now, Steve Hilton, it doesn't matter if he gets voted in or not, which is highly unlikely. Maybe they'll just give him a pass. So it's so they can, fake that they're, have a fair election. Look, a Republican got to number 2 position. Will he get to the top position? Not a snowball's chance in hell, right? Not a snowball's chance in hell. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And in the worst case scenario for the Democrats, which you've already heard from Gavin Newsom, that they have a break the glass moment. They're not going to allow that to happen. In the worst case scenario, if Steve Hilton were to get in the governor's spot, they have everything throughout every governmental position is owned by Democrats, guys. They will shut him down left and right. He will, and they'll try and impeach him, and they'll probably impeach him if he gets in there. It's like, why even waste our time thinking that he's going to get in there? I'm just looking at him like, I don't care anymore, right? I know it's rigged. beyond belief. There was somewhat of a chance that maybe this primary would go right, but we're seeing no, still a captured operation. So at this point, but maybe we'll get, in the rest of the states, we'll stop out the future steal where they're stealing House and Senate seats throughout America in Democrat states from this election fraud being exposed, right? So they'll have to do, Save America Act, which looks like it might be advancing, even though John Thune, who should be replaced from the leadership position, even though we had Susan Collins, who's basically going against a Nazi in Maine. So she's like getting on board with the Republican Party so she can win another 6 years. So a Nazi with a Nazi tattoo on his chest, it's like, really? So now we're seeing who the Democrat Party really is. I've been saying it for a long time. It's a Nazi system, NATO, Nazi system, European leadership, Nazi system, all the way through, right? So it's being exposed. And, so here we go. In Maine, Susan Collins is going against a guy with a Nazi tattoo on his chest, right? They elected him. He got pushed all the way to the top, and the Democrat Party took it. So she's getting in line. So she's like, she wasn't going to vote for the SAVE Act, and now she is, right? So I'm going to be a good GOP puppet now that, like I said, it's a uniparty. So we're going to continue to see this exposure, one after another. So she's jumped on board. And will we start to see some of the other ones, jump on board? I don't know. At some point, somehow, some way, we have to get the Save America Act where there can only be voter IDs. Now, another thing that the Justice Department is doing, Department of Justice, is they're coming to California. And they're saying, let's see your voter rolls. And California said, no, we don't have to. Right? It's like, yes, they do. Right. So once that is done, and eventually they see the voter rolls and they see the unbelievable fraud in California, that will probably escalate to each Democrat state, which is they're also refusing to show their voter rolls. So once you see the voter rolls, then their whole system collapses. Right. So it's moving to that particular, in that particular direction. So, more and more is being exposed as we move forward. That completely breaks down. And like I said, is every day there's more and more and more exposure of what's going down. So another thing with, with Pratt, breaking news, this was today too. Tens of thousands of Spencer Pratt voters are now receiving rejection letters from the county clerk saying that their ballots were not counted due to signature irregularities. Only for Republicans. Right? Yet, Governor Gavin Newsom just passed legislation that would make it illegal for anyone conducting oversight to contest signatures that they deemed fraudulent. Democrats allow ballots to be signed with an X or a dash or a smiley face to pass and count. But all of a sudden, only Republican signatures are being flagged for irregularities, rejected and not counted. One of these California Republican voters said that his signature had been on file for over 20 years, and there has never been an issue until he voted for Spencer Pratt. Nithya Raman has beaten Spencer Pratt by less than 3,000 votes. There are at least 18,000 Pratt voters who received this letter saying their votes were rejected. So again, more and more fraud is being exposed. You might have seen President Trump did an interview where we had he was like talked over the whole time. He's like, we have total election fraud going on in California. She's talking over him the whole time, and he finally got just frustrated. It's like, you're an idiot. You work for idiot organizations. He didn't say Mockingbird Media, but he said for media companies that like CNN and CBS and all the others, that he said that we cannot have a great country with news like this. This is completely destroyed America. So he didn't say that you guys have to go, but you would imagine that at some point they would. So very, very amazing, all the stuff that's being exposed. Now, did Trump take the oil? Trump says 100 million barrels of oil siphoned with set 200 ships. My God. U.S. President Donald Trump on Wednesday revealed a secret mission carried out by the American military to support oil tankers and other commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. See how I just got myself? I didn't say oil, because that's when I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina, that's how we pronounce oil, right? Oil. And so when I was in California, there's people that speak really good English there. And even when I was growing up, my English teacher say, "You speak really good English." I was like, wow, that's cool. Thanks. So I was very proud of that. And then I went to Philadelphia for whole technician school when I was in the military as a young lad. And I remember going into the military, military base, and there had like country store type place. And I went there to get a few things. And some of my buddies that I was hanging out with, they were going into SEAL training and diver training and so forth. And so there. The girl behind the counter something, and she like looked at me like, what? And so I asked her again, and she goes, what? And then my buddy started laughing, and there's like, and then they translated for me. I was like, what? I thought I spoke good English, but it's funny. It's funny how that works. So oil tankers and other commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. He said that the efforts have resulted in more than 100 million barrels of oil being passed through the key waterway through 200 plus ships. So, we were just talking about California, and it was the wonderful people of California that helped me overcome that oil. Right? What'd you say? It's pronounced this way. I was like, oh, really? I've been pronouncing it wrong all this time. So, so funny. He further claimed, so there are good things happening California, or used to. I don't know about it anymore, but he further claimed that U.S. controls the Strait of Hormuz, not Iran. So that's kind of questionable, but maybe. Last month, I directed our great U.S. military to execute a secret mission to support oil tankers and other commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz, he said in a post on Truth Social. Today, I am pleased to announce that this effort has resulted in more than 100 million barrels of oil making its way through the strait and into the open market. So he goes on to talk about later how that's why the price of oil right now is $85 rather than $150, right? So they've been secretly taking the oil from these terrorists. All right. So they couldn't fund their military. They couldn't buy more weapons, which I'm sure that Iran, not Iran, but Russia and China maybe gave them a good deal and maybe lent it to them with the promise that they pay them back. Who knows? But we're seeing all the way out to Israel, where you have the different terrorist groups, Hamas and Hezbollah, both of them being decimated, even still, as the money's not coming in, right? I think they're getting desperate, and I think they're going to collapse. And those areas where the Palestinians are, the good Palestinians will take over, and in the places which I have been to in Lebanon, the beautiful. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Of course, there's good Muslims, guys, but for a good percent, no, I won't say a good percent. I would say there is a percent that controls the Muslims, keeps them dumbed down, right? I talked about that also with Honey Golden and Lisa Schermerhorn earlier today when we talked about the 12 laws of the universe, right? Universal laws. So there are, and that's in the description. You can look at those 12 laws and read them. But we went over all those laws, and you'll see that they're very good. And we talk about our experiences and dimensional movement and all that kind of stuff that we're all going through and moving up the scale of consciousness. Very, very amazing time. So we have a couple of destroyers that are in the Straits of Hormuz. They've been, controlling things for a great extent. Now, 2 days ago, where we had the Apache helicopter that went down, still haven't heard how that went down. Did they accidentally crash themselves? What happened there? Now, the Trump administration is saying that they were shot down. Or they haven't really said they were shot down. It says because of actions from Iran, and that's where it stops. So, and maybe they don't want to give it up because that would give up vulnerability, right? I don't know. So, I saw this when I was in Iraq, when we started seeing tanks, M1 tanks, which you would think were indestructible, that were burned out and blown up, that were on the backs of trucks. And I remember we rode by them in our nice little armored cars, and we thought we were safe until we saw that, where they had been blown to shit and burned, and the people that were in those were burned. But these terrorist groups funded by Iran had taken down through improvised explosives these M1 Abrams tanks. At that time, and I don't know if it still is, maybe they are, the best fighting tank in the world. So these terrorists are very good. They're very creative, but they're very negative towards the feminine side. Right? So and they control the feminine quite a bit, just like I talked about in India, which is the rape capital of the world. And I would say probably the close second is the Middle East, right? And it would be kind of interesting to see Sedona here. Hey, Sedona. So it would be interesting to see, which one of those countries is the biggest culprit. Everywhere that I went, where I saw, trash and, the women were all this is not a good place, right? They don't honor their women. The men are not so good. All right. So it looks like they don't like what I'm saying. Right? So I'll switch to another internet. So it's going to be a little bit of gap, just like there was there. But we're seeing that basically, a lot of these groups are being exposed in the Middle East as well, like Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas, just like the Democrat Party, just like NATO, just like the people that are running England and France and Germany, all being exposed, right? So this is what we have to continually do to take down the system that's trying to destroy America and the world. Yes, Frozen shouldn't be freezing anymore, so I switched internet. Right, so usually that's the charm. It works really well. So Trump was going to do massive strikes and knock hell out of, like he keeps saying, knock hell out of Iran. And when I saw that, he was like, and we're going to go into Iran tonight. And I'm like, you never tell them when you're going to come. You're joking. What are you doing? And sure enough, a little while ago, he said he has canceled strikes against Iran and talks a possible agreement again. Now, you can't deal with terrorists. You can't do it. It doesn't work. It never throughout history has it worked. Right? I mean, the Brits can tell you they came up with the word terrorist, and who did they call terrorist? The Patriots during the Revolutionary War. They called the Patriots terrorists. Right? So you can't deal with terrorists. All right. So we're a good example. Those of us here in America that are patriots. I don't know where the Democrats stand, but for the most part, those of us that have served, for the most part, are patriots. Right? There are some questionable, and seen some veterans that support some very, very suspect stuff and are very, very anti-Trump. So I don't know. But for the most part, all the veterans that I worked with over the years were true patriots, right? Now, I can say that because I am a veteran, and I know a lot of you would never say that about a veteran. You think all veterans are great. No. No, right? And we've seen that over time. So deal with the Iran war close, says Trump after calling off new strikes. Thursday began with U.S. President Donald Trump threatening to hit Iran very hard with new strikes and possible takeover Karg Island, a major oil terminal off the coast of Iran. Trump later called off another round of military strikes against Iran, saying on social media that progress has been made towards a deal. Right? So both are, everybody wants to believe that whatever comes out of his mouth is an absolute. No, there is disinformation going on back and forth. There is, if I tell you that I'm coming to, blow up your country, I'm coming tonight. And then I say, oh, negotiations are back on. So you basically ramped everybody up and everybody's on their missile batteries and they're staring, they're ready to go. And then they say, well, they called it off. Well, do we go back home? No, he might be kidding because he changes his mind so often. So stay on the gun. So they're like, yeah. And then somebody comes slaps them, say, get off. I'll take over. And then they get tired. See how this works? And then they get tired. I've seen terrorists do this all the time. They'll come in. I saw this in Pakistan quite a bit. They would come in and they'd blow something up, and then they'd have checkpoints for like 2 weeks, and then they got tired of it, and then they shut it down because everybody was, worn out after 2 weeks. So they're like, oh, they're not coming anymore. So they'd shut it down, and then they come and hit them again. Right. So that's kind of what we're doing, right? We're just like wearing them out. Yeah, we're gonna come blow you up. And no, we're negotiating. We're negotiating, and then we blow them up. Right? And then we like, oh yeah, you got out of line. We're being defensive because you shot a missile, so we came and blew the hell out of you. So don't do that anymore. We're gonna negotiate. Negotiations are going good. All right, so we'll keep it up. And, so we saw, like I said, Saturday, we're probably going to see this war really kick off again this week. And so we have. And, normally when the stock market is not so sure of which way things are going to go, they get all like, because stock market does not like mystery. Right? If there's a mystery about something, it's going to go down. So it went down pretty hard over the, 4-day period, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And today, bigly up. All right, bigly up. And because President Trump came in and kicked some ass. And then he's like, oh, we're going to negotiate again. And, oh, by the way, we've not stolen or taken 100 million barrels of oil. That's why the oil price is so low. So the stock market liked it. They liked it, right? And it went up bigly, very bigly. And so did silver, because they said it probably would. And let's look at the numbers. I know not everybody likes this, so I'm not going to go deep into it. But it is going to be very important going forward that you understand what's going on with this market, because this market is, at some point, like I said, going to go down like 1929 was a joke, right? So this is silver. As you guys can see, silver like went big today. Now, what was the percentage points? Percentage for silver going up today was 5.48%. So it went up like $3.50. Silver SILJ went up almost 7.5%. Yay, right? So you guys that I took my advice and jumped in, you're happy with me, aren't you? All right. So the NASDAQ and the Dow Jones. So you're like, I'm still in the market, and I'm like, well, good for you. You went up 3.29%. Silver went up 5.3. That's more, right? So, and the Dow Jones went up 1.86. So it's like I said last night, I'm not in that part of the stock market because it's like a neck break, because your neck is going back and forth so fast because the stock market is going up and down so fast and so deep and so high that it's really hard to follow. It's really hard, but I like it. I like following it because it's going to make a lot of us prosperous because we're going to be in the right way. So now, back in 1929, I'm in Lake Tahoe here. Back in 1929, there was a lot of people must have had some really good insights of the stock market crash, because they pulled all their money out and then put it in stuff that would benefit from a stock market crash, right? I don't know if they did put options back then or shorting the stock market. Probably did, because I think it's been going on all the way back to Greek times. So there's like this two spots here in one's on the Nevada side and one's on the California side, where they bought up massive areas of Lake Tahoe. And the area that I'm at, this is Incline Village. I'm not going to tell you exactly where I'm at because people like to stalk me, but there are, some amazing homes here that are worth, $50, $80 million. It's like insane. There's one that I was looking at, I think it's like $188 million, where it's like it's got a ranch on it. It's like, and it's right on the water. It's like, wow. And it has like 17 structures on it, all the way back to when they were logging Lake Tahoe. So somebody came in, cattlemen or whatever, came in and bought this, or loggers bought it. They got it for cheap. And here it is. It's like a $188 million ranch. That's like, wow. Now, it sits in an area where the guy that made a lot of money on the stock market, he bought up all this land. He sold this area where I'm at right now for $1 million. So it's like, what? He sold it for how much? And he got on his rowboat from his lakeside villa. It's a beautiful home. You can visit it. And rowed over, and they gave him like $1 million. Maybe it was more than $1 million, but it was $1 million something or a couple million, whatever. And he rowed back to his house. Like, what? That's the story. And then all the way on the other side of the lake, where there's a beautiful waterfall and massive trees, and it's secluded. It's right on the water. There's this woman that owned this property. It's where there's an island in this one lagoon area. So it's absolutely incredibly beautiful. They call it Viking's home, and it's from that the Viking era, the way they built the house and the other structures and so forth. So her husband was stock market guy, and he made absolute fortune during the 1929 crash. So they had this area, and you can visit that one too. California has that. They, California, because they, I don't know, they have property tax and people can't pay anymore. They seize their stuff. So they came in and seized it, and they were in the process of tearing down all the structures, beautiful structures that were there. And I guess the preservation people, because the environmentalists had a lot of power back then, and the preservationists beat them out. So they got a court order, stop, desist, but they had already torn down a bunch of stuff, but they didn't tear down the home. So the Vikings home is still there. It's absolutely fantastic, beautiful. I've done a lot of stuff there. I used to do meditations up in where the waterfall is and all that kind of stuff. Absolutely incredible place. So they made their money during the stock market crash. So I'm trying to help you guys be rich, right? Because the rich going forward, and don't be scared to be rich. Everybody's like, well, the root of all evil is money. No, for the love of money is the root of all evil. But money itself, there are many mansions in my Father's house, like Jesus said. So you want to be in a position where these criminals that have a lot of money don't have all the money when everything crashes, because they tell each other, okay, we're going to crash this thing, get your money out. And, they know. And so a lot of them have already got their money out. They've been quietly getting the money out because it's coming. Trying to help you guys, but many of you think you're smarter than me, and you're going to find out, right? Because I'm an intuitive guy, and I know. All right, so let's. Money is a tool like a socket set. That's right. Very good. All right. Lots of laughs. It's a good one. Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely right. And you can do a lot of good things with money, like stay alive, be able to buy your food, and house yourself, and on and on, and have a decent car so you can get around, and have enough money so you can buy the gas. That's been going up quite a bit, but thanks to Trump, because he's been stealing the Iranians' oil, it's quite low, than it should be. All right. Enough of that little lecture on history. All right, let's go into what was going to come and what did happen to Iran after they supposedly shot down that Apache helicopter.
Hey everybody, it's June 11th, 2026, and this footage right here was from Iran just last night. The guided missile destroyer USS Michael Murphy turned into the wind.
Michael Murphy, Navy SEAL. All right. One of my SEAL Team 6 buddies, Ed Galrine, basically, won against Thomas Massey in Kentucky. And so it's like the revival of the SEALs. So here I am, former SEAL Team 6 guy, putting out great information for you guys. And then we have Michael Murphy. He got shot and it was Afghanistan. And then they made a ship after his name. If you've never done the Murph, which is an event where you do all these push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups, and you run. I've done that many times. It's a little exercise. He used to do that quite often. So they have every year they have the Murph, right? So the Murph very nicely shot all the Murph, the Michael Murphy destroyer, shot a lot of missiles, Tomahawk missiles, lots of them, and kicked some serious butt.
And started emptying her vertical launch cells. That's Tomahawk missiles. One after another, and I love sound effects if you couldn't tell, arcing towards radar sites, communication hubs, air defense batteries, and IRGC leadership headquarters in Iran, sending a very clear message. But not only Tomahawks, also fighter jets. CENTCOM posted an image of an F-16 CJ, likely the one going in, striking the different communication hubs and radar sites. This wasn't just near the coast. This was across the entire country of Iran. Karaj, Nazarabad, Peshawar, southeast of Tehran, Bandar Abbas, Qasem Island. So the site sites right in the Strait of Hormuz, but also leadership sites across the country for the IRGC for the second straight night. American precision weapons walked across the entire Iranian map, and the last impacts landed just before sunrise. And it's supposedly going to get more intense tonight. So look at this post on Truth Social from President Trump. Here's what he said. The United States will be hitting Iran, whose Navy, Air Force, radar, anti-aircraft, and all other forms of defense, together with most of its offensive capability, are gone very hard tonight. And at some point in the not too distant future, we will be taking Karj Island. This is just wild. And other oil infrastructure points and assume total control of their oil and gas markets, much like we have with Venezuela, which is working out brilliantly for both Venezuela and the United States of America. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
All right. So, again, President Trump does not telegraph what the U.S. military is going to do. Right? So that would be harmful to them because they could be waiting for them. So when I saw that, like I said, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. As he's done over and over again. We're in a movie. Hello. So you're going to see a lot of this basically happening. More and more of like, this is what we're going to do. We're making a deal, and we're not making a deal with them. We're taking their oil. Right? That's the deal we got going on with them. So yeah, we're making a deal with them. We're dealing their oil on the open market, making tons of money. Right? It's paying for all the missiles and bombs that we've sent their way. Right? So, and all the salaries of all the sailors and Air Force and Marines and Army that are basically in the waiting to basically do what needs to be done eventually. So that's what's going on. All right. So let's look at a little bit more. So we've seen a couple different iterations of us attacking Iran. And when it first started, we came in and knocked hell out of them with Tomahawk missiles. So let's look at a little, video that was taken of that back in the day, just a couple months ago.
For example, this is probably one of the most important videos of the Epic Fury operation, of the beginning of the Epic Fury operation. And here we...
All right. See those little black things that are whizzing past? Those are Tomahawks. Look how many go by.
You can see dozens of Tomahawk missiles that were flying in the direction of different towns and cities of Iran with the purpose to deal or to destroy objects of military infrastructure of Iran. And the most important part of this video is that the United States of America on the 28th of February of 2026 started their Epic Fury operation during the daylight. And of the 11th of June of 2026, the United States of America concentrated.
So we came in during the daylight. It's like, you can't do anything about this. I'm going to take my boot and I'm going to put it right up their side of your head, and there's nothing you can do about it. Billy Jack, right? Go watch that scene. Billy Jack, right? I'm going to put this boot right upside your head. So, and it's fantastic. So that's what we just saw there. We're gonna strike you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And last night, there was some more of that happened. And are we doing it now at night because maybe they have some different types of munitions, and we have to come in and hit them at night? Because we know that several days ago, Israel came in and hit them during the night, right? After they launched missiles at Israel at night. So we might be seeing, things, get a little bit more sneaky as we move on, where we're going to hit them not in broad daylight anymore, but more like we normally do, 0 dark 30, right? So just an observation. We'll see.
Significant number of vessels, military ships in the area of the Arabian Sea with the purpose to support the second round, the second conflict of 2026 on the territory of the Middle East. As for the Iranian side, during the previous night, the Iranians attacked mainly military bases of the United States of America. The sources reported that explosions were recorded through the state of Bahrain, and we have pictures with fire anomalies through the state. In the southern parts, a fire anomaly was recorded through airfields, as you can see. Another important thing is that, according to information we have, a Navy base was attacked on the territory of the city of Bahrain, of Manama. Furthermore, according to information we have, attacks and strikes were recorded through the state of Kuwait. To the west of Kuwait, we have another military base of the United States of America that was attacked by the Iranian drones. In this video, we can see the Iranian drone that was flying over the territory. But the biggest number of missiles and drones were recorded in the direction of the state of Jordan. And as we may know, there is another military base of the United States of America, and lots of explosions and lots of missiles were recorded. Furthermore, we start receiving first satellite pictures where we can see the differences before and after the strike. The Iranian sources reported that as a result of these attacks, several hangars with different aircrafts of the United States of America were hit and probably damaged. Also, the Iranian side reports about significant number of aircrafts of the United States of America, including aircrafts of the 5th generation, were damaged or probably even destroyed. In this video, we can see how the Jordan air defense were trying to bring down the ballistic missiles of the Iranian side. But as you can see, some of these ballistic missiles managed to penetrate the Jordan air defense and to hit the aircraft base of the United States of America. And of
All right, so we didn't talk about it here, but in Israel, they had a lot of missiles come in and blow the hell out of Israel too. Of course, we struck a lot of targets, but they're not. It's not a one-way slugfest right now. Israel or Iran still has the ability to strike, and their and they built up their missile systems over the last several decades for this in mind, the potentially that they would be attacked by, I don't know, I guess the U.S. at some point. Somebody with some big cojones would finally show up and do the right thing. So this is what they planned for. And so this is not going to be easy by any stretch of imagination, because you saw all the bases that got hit. You would think at this point that, they would knock hell out of any missile that they shot, but they haven't been. So, are they shooting hundreds of drones at a time? Or that's kind of what Ukraine does. They just, and Russia too, they do massive numbers of drones, and it basically overwhelms or depletes the infrastructure for taking down these, missiles, air defense, and so forth. And then other ones get through, right? So somehow they're getting some good hits in, right? It's like I said, it's not a one-way, slugfest. These guys are still got some teeth, and that could be why there's a back off. I don't know. So I'm observant. I watch. It's not a neck snap yet, but I'm watching the missiles go back and forth, and I'm watching to see, who's up, who's getting more productivity out of their missile systems, and I think Iran's kind of holding their own still, guys. All right, so it is very, very interesting to see this back and forth, and why have we waited this long? Now we definitely have earth change events that are coming up all along the coast of California. There's been in some places more than others. There's been basically erosion that's been happening, massive erosion, as you're going to see in this. This is specific up here. All along the coast around this area, they've been losing homes to the sea. So lots of erosion happening in this area, and this is what it looks like.
The pier just snapped right from its base. A big crack going right across it. I was just here about 2 weeks ago, recording my road trip to Santa Cruz. I didn't think I was going to come back so soon. Lots of memories were made here. I have people coming up and telling me that their parents brought them here when they were 7 years old to start fishing. Now it's just memories. I'm gonna head over to the pier and show you. City workers are starting to show up.
All right, so this is an old coffee shop, I guess, that was there for decades. They had to completely demolish that. So that happened like a day or so after this video was made. So are they going to, take this pier down, or are they going to try and refurbish it? What's going to happen? Of course, this is California. They'll probably, spend $100 million, trying to figure out what they're going to do, get advice from a lot of different groups and so forth, and maybe get somebody to, bring in some more rock and maybe a little bit more cement here and there. But there obviously are ways they could keep this. But my point is there is massive erosion that's going on. If I showed you some of the videos from Metal Leo, which I recommend you watch his stuff, he goes all the way up and down the coast of the left coast to all the major cities and shows how they're deteriorating on a massive scale. Shops being closed everywhere. So something's up. Somebody knows something, right? And I keep saying that we're going to see some serious destruction in these areas. And so they'll come in like they're doing right now with these, voter fraud and all that kind of stuff. Do they know that they're about to lose some serious coastline? Right? I think they might be, because I can tell. I've seen it, and I've seen it in my visions and so forth. So we have to be aware that these clowns might know things that they keep from the rest of us. But, there are those of us that have these visions and have these insights, and we try and help you guys out. But you're going to have to be your own best intuitive, because timelines can change, right? The people of California could stand up and, do away with this fraud and start going back the way of their meditative ways in California, and kumbaya and, crystals and all that kind of stuff. That's a California I remember and I love, but it's gone. It's gone. They used to have all kinds of courses and colleges about all that stuff, and they're gone, right? The baddies came in and just took it all out. So the baddies would love for this thing to, consciousness to go to a very low level, and then the sea come in and just, oh, you guys are low vibration, so we just need to clean house here. All right. So I think that's coming. All right. So we can, look at it on a scientific level. And that's why we have Stepan Burns.
1921, 1940. I mean, they're all over the place. Then you have this gap here. 1989, we talked about that in yesterday's live stream. 2024 with the Gannon storm, also known as the Mother's Day storm, May 10th to the 12th, 2024, right? Well, we haven't had really anything for a while. And so it's very possible that we get some big solar storm impacts in the near future.
All right, there is actually one that's coming, because we know that when we have solar storms and these impacts, it causes electrical energy to zing out here in the United States, and we have earthquakes, volcanoes, and tsunamis. So this is we just had a big one, and looks like we might be having some more energy come in, because everything's right on the edge right now. We're on the edge of something very, very big. I think it's very close. I talked to Stepan when he was on my show. I asked him these questions. He's kind of elusive a little bit, but it seems like he's kind of narrowed down and he's focused on it a little bit. So I really, like his information. So he basically brings it.
Looking at some of the data and long-term forecasting, things that I can look at for 2026 and beginning 2027, I think it's very possible. It looks very likely. So I'll talk about that more in a separate video because it looks actually kind of serious. But, I think at the end of the day, we'll be fine. The question is, will the satellites be fine? Will the telecommunications be fine? Will the power grids be fine? That's an open question. Do we want them to be fine? Not everyone wants these data centers to get put in. But as of right now, we have this coronal hole high-speed stream impact underway. We're going to be entering into increased geomagnetic volatility. These swings in Earth's magnetic field strength inducing electric currents in the ground surface. There's a reverse piezoelectric effect where electric currents can trigger mechanical deformation of rocks, minerals, inducing stress and building up strain. We're seeing strong earthquake activity still in the Philippines after the magnitude 7.8. We're seeing reciprocal antipodal earthquake activity in South America on either side of that now. So we could be looking at more big earthquakes.
All right, antipodal. That means an earthquake happens on one side of the globe, flat earthers, and on the other side of the globe, we have earthquakes happen, and it's been happening quite a bit, antipodal earthquakes. So I know there's a lot of people that have the idea, they have the theory, because it's a theory, that the earth is flat, right? I don't see that. It might be somewhat flat here and there, and then it's something else, right? I think it's not anything of what we're being told. It's not round, it's not flat, there's something else, all right? So, and that's my memories of having been in the space program, right? So, and you know, Juan O'Savin has said that DARPA came out with the disinformation campaign that the Earth was flat. So, you know, we'll see in the future. It's not anything to get your. I'm not getting my panties in a wad, and you shouldn't get your panties in a wad. All right, so don't worry about it. No, I don't wear panties, but it is kind of funny. Just be observant, guys. Don't get all butthurt if your idea doesn't work and it doesn't turn out the way, and don't fight about it. It's like ridiculous.
In the days ahead, and we have a solar storm impact to some degree following up behind that, coming in expected on the 13th of June is when NOAA is expecting this most recent solar storm that's launched off from that 6.7 C-class flare to hit us. So a lot happening. I will keep you up to date on everything. I've been your Stefan Burns. Thank you all so much for watching.
Thanks, Stefan. All right, so yeah, I don't even wear underwear. It's like panties, no. All right, latest earthquakes. They keep popping off, especially where we just had that 7.8. In the antipodal area, we're having other earthquakes. Now, with this new energies that are coming in, it looks like the solar storms and all the stuff that's coming. All right, sunspot activity and all kind of stuff. So, Stefan talks about all this stuff, but it is interesting to see the parallel when these energies come into Earth, and we see shortly after earthquake activity that kicks up on another level. So it's going to increase the energy that keeps coming into Earth is going to increase, and at some point it's going to cause a very, very massive earthquake that's going to have some serious consequences for wherever it happens. Right. So back and forth. That's what we're seeing, antipodal activity. And like I tried to point out yesterday, the energy seemed to be going back and forth along. And normally they come from left to right. And it looks to me as if they've been going right to left. So that's very interesting, right? And we're seeing the ocean heat up massively. And we're having a super El Nino event. Might be the most intense El Nino in history. And I've been saying that we're probably going to see, Lake Mead basically fill up. I've been saying that for a little while now, and I've been seeing it. So I think this El Nino is going to fill that puppy up, and it's going to cause a lot of flooding in other places and drought. in some others, and less snow in others. But here in California, I think we're going to get massive snow on a level that is history making. We'll see. So El Nino and earthquakes and all weather. It's not when the earth energies or the sun's energies come in. It's not just earthquakes and volcanoes and tsunamis. It's also weather, right? So weather is being affected by this as well. So as you see here, the big earthquake, 7.8 in the Philippines, and the antipodal area is over here in Brazil. So we're seeing some earthquakes that are popping off. This happened today. It's a 5.5 in Chile, and that was the fourth. So more, and of course we have the 6.1 in the Gulf of America off Cuba coast, and then after that we had a 5.1 in Costa Rica. It's right on the verge, and not just in the Ring of Fire, but also in Italy. So Italy looks like it's going to get, and I've been saying this as well, that Italy is probably going to get hammered, right? So we'll see. Which one will it be? Eventually it will be all of them, right? And I think 2027, it's the whole earth is going to shake on a massive scale. And this is what happens whenever we raise our consciousness, right? Well, we raise in vibration, earth raises in vibration. And as that vibration starts rocking, it, kicks off the earthquakes, kicks off the volcanoes, and the earthquakes, make tsunamis, right? And the undersea volcanoes make tsunamis. So there's going to be more and more of that. Now, when you have, now a lot of people are like, well, we just did a big attack in, last night and the day before, and in Iran. Now, why didn't the stock market go down? Because the stock market liked it, right? Like I said, the stock market doesn't like when there's, unknowns. So the unknown was, why is oil so low? Right? And now we know, because oil has been coming through, the Straits of Hormuz, and President Trump has been selling it. Right? So now, if we go back in time and we look at some events, because I do believe that we're going to have a massive event. It won't be a war type event. It will be an earth change event. So if we look back in time, Pearl Harbor, 1941, the Dow crashed 19.8%. Now, this more recent crash where everybody's really fearful and thinking it's going to be the end of the world, that was like around 10%, right? So 20%, that must have been earth-shaking for our stock market in the United States. It took it like 307 days before it recovered. So what made it recover? Because we started kicking ass, right? We started kicking the Japanese ass. Like Yamamoto said after they struck Pearl Harbor, he says, "We've awakened a sleeping giant," or supposedly he said those words. I don't know. I've heard that he didn't say those words, but it sounds cool. All right. So that is what happened. We started kicking ass. We're kicking ass right now, guys. There's no one that can kick our ass, and we can kick everybody else's ass, and NATO can go stuff it up their ass. Right? So, and that's what they're going to do. Right? They're going to go away. So it was a drawdown, and then a 143-day bottom, and then a 307-day recovery. So let's look at what that looks like on the charts. There you go. All right. So here's where it was. There's where it went. And then it went back up. So it took it a long time. Full recovery, 307 days. Right. A long time. We don't have that. But we will see new all-time highs, I think soon. I don't know what soon is, but it will be soon. Maybe we'll get a little bit more drawdown. Now, tomorrow, you will see the stock market go up bigly again, maybe like some of the biggest ever. I don't know, because Elon Musk is coming out with his SpaceX, right? And that's a new stock that will be available for investors. We had similar things happen in 1939 before it crashed, right? Stock market crashed. We had all these offerings, and everybody was buying everything. The shoe shine boys were like talking about what stocks they were going to get, and that's when you know it's time to get out. Right? The shoe shine boys. Oh, we don't have those anymore. So what would be the equivalent? What would be the equivalent of shoe shine boy today? Right? What do you guys think? I'm just curious. I don't even know. What's like a grocery store clerk? So if you see the grocery store clerk saying, giving you investment advice and how they're investing their money, it's probably time to get out of the stock market. All right. And I don't know. Go through the grocery line, and when you get to the cashier, he goes, "What stocks are you invested in?" like look at like what? It might be good. Might be a good business to get going again. Might be a good business to get going again. Yeah. To start up businesses, and the businesses that will prosper in the future are where you can help people. All right. And that is LifeWave. So we love LifeWave because we help a lot of people. And guess what did really well in all stock market crashes? Healthcare. And of course, our healthcare is compromised, but LifeWave is not. And LifeWave is the future. And so not only can you help yourself and help others, but you can also build a massive business. So it's really good. You can do it. You can do it if you apply yourself. You just don't get in. It's not like Bitcoin where you just like put your money on it and it goes up eventually. Right? This one you have to actually do something, right? So you have to put that out there because some people don't like us to become successful, so they lean on us. So we have to like word it differently. But there's a lot of people that do really well. LifeWave. All right. Me being one of them. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I will see you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR update. Judy note, this week through July 4, 2026 historic changes were secretly being made to create freedom for the people across the globe. The world was being liberated from the clutches of the Satan-worshipping deep state cabal, but no one knew it. As of Thursday, June 11, 2026, all global military checkpoints were fully prepared and activated. Prepare for entry into the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, alongside the EBS. 700,000 global indictments were ready to break the seal, with simultaneous arrests taking place in all 209 countries. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. As of Thursday, June 11, 2026, ISO 20022. Gold asset-backed currencies that trade at a one-to-one with each other, officially went live across the global payment system. The old Cabal Fiat Swift currency system has been shut off. From now on, bank-to-bank payments must speak ISO 20022, Tier 4B ISO 2022 on Telegram. What was the cause for all these mass arrests? Just one was our very own Federal Department to Help with Disasters, FEMA. On Wednesday, June 20, 2026, former FEMA official David Richardson was executed at Guantanamo Bay following military proceedings that accused him of betraying the nation, according to reports circulating within military circles. FEMA was the federal emergency management agency charged with responding to disasters throughout the nation. Richardson's conviction was only the tip of a giant iceberg of FEMA crimes. Apparently for years FEMA had been working with deep state cabal corporate giants like BlackRock and Vanguard, which were suspected to be behind recent disasters caused by direct energy weapon attacks, DEWs. Over the past few years the DEWs had set fires in Maui, California, Wyoming and Texas, a biochemical lab explosion in Georgia, and the deep state cabal HARP weather manipulation causing formation of hurricanes and tornadoes that devastated the backcountries of North Carolina, South Carolina, plus attacked Georgia, Tennessee, and Florida. In Hurricane Helene, Maui, Texas, California and Katrina disasters. FEMA personnel were ordered not to respond until as much as a week after the event. FEMA personnel were also found neglecting to save stranded victims, confiscated donations, theft of disaster funds and supplies, refused to deliver critical supplies, arrested people making rescues on their own, took advantage of victims by stealing out of devastated homes and later, legally stole victim lands. In the 2024 aftermath of Hurricane Helene, there was something very strange, and actually scary, going on in North Carolina. Agents for the Federal Disaster Relief Agency FEMA didn't arrive for a week after the hurricane hit, and then not only neglected to start saving stranded victims, but confiscated donations, refused delivery of critical supplies, arrested or threatened to arrest people wanting to help and who were making rescues on their own. As of this writing, government authorities were still grounding military helicopters and wouldn't give them an okay to fly. The mainstream media was not reporting any of this, even though thousands have gone without food and water for over a week. Hundreds of deteriorating bodies were seen floating in rivers and caught in trees. Whole towns had been wiped out. Worse, authorities were threatening volunteers with arrest if they tried to help or rescue their neighbors. The scene was reminiscent of 2023 Maui and 2018 Paradise, California direct energy weapon fires that left bodies everywhere, even in vehicles trying to escape. In all three disasters, FEMA was not there to supply aid, give help and comfort to the victims, but appeared to have a sole mission to take advantage of victims, clean up their bodies and take possession of their land. The only difference between the 2023 Maui Dew fires and last week's North Carolina Helene hurricane disaster was that FEMA arrived in Maui a few days before the fires started, while FEMA arrived in North Carolina a whole week after Hurricane Helene landed. A little suspicious either way for what was supposed to be a federal disaster relief agency, don't you think? I live in Fairview, North Carolina. Marines arrived here 1 week too late. And yes, there are bodies everywhere along the creek banks, in collapsed houses and trees. A lineman friend did verify the naked children walking around looking for their parents off Old Fort Road. A whole community collapsed called Craigtown up there. Mudslide, Jane Jack on Telegram Friday, October 4, 2024. Just like in Maui, FEMA did move at some point into the disaster areas, although apparently not to supply aid, help and comfort to the victims, but with a seemingly sole mission to take advantage of victims. At least that's what a North Carolina woman overheard 4 FEMA directors say. As in Maui and by their own admission, FEMA had no intention to help victims of Helene. Their sole mission was to do body recovery, a woman said who overheard 4 FEMA directors talking at the airport. They had just flown in on a private plane. According to FEMA, all supplies and help would have to come from volunteers, who they intended to threaten with arrest if they tried to rescue and help victims. As in Maui, there was only one way in and one way out of the affected North Carolina area, and it was blocked by FEMA personnel. In multiple places of devastated North Carolina, volunteer truckers hauling in supplies were getting their tires slashed. FEMA workers were telling volunteers not to help victims, not even to help neighbors, and threatening to arrest those wanting to aid with their own supplies and transportation. As happened in Maui, 7 days after Helene hit, first responders and service members were still waiting in hotels without deployment orders, while thousands were without food and water. As with the Maui and California fires, the mainstream media was lying about government rescue and aid efforts in North Carolina. It just wasn't happening. Appalachia SOS in North Carolina mountains. On that same Tuesday, October 8, 2024, in Candler, North Carolina near Asheville, the White Hats arrested the kingpin of all-time human traffickers, High Horseman, along with 41 of his Satanic Coven members. The coalition had fought off and killed FEMA agents in order to get to the Satanic Coven of High Horsemen, whom they had tried to catch for over 30 years. In North Carolina, the White Hat Global Military Alliance had declared war against the FBI and FEMA. There was proof that the U.S. government contract agency for disaster relief, FEMA, ordered their agents to gun down Hurricane Helene victims, the same Holocaust that FEMA agents performed in the 2023 man-made Maui Dew fires. What FEMA did in the aftermaths of Hurricane Helene in North Carolina was considered an act of war. Forget relief, FEMA brought military-grade weaponry and 3,500 armed personnel. Instead of aid, they delivered body bags. FEMA not only failed to adequately help people in trouble, but actively blocked citizens who tried to help, stole disaster funds and supplies, and grounded both military helicopters and private planes from flying supplies into disaster areas to rescue victims. At North Carolina donation centers, unmarked Biden/Harris administration government-owned Black Hawk helicopters were filmed deliberately targeting, sabotaging and destroying supplies meant for the victims of Hurricane Helene. On that same Tuesday, 8th of October, FEMA was quietly paying private security firms massive amounts of money to keep Floridians from returning to their homes and businesses after Hurricane Milton. Why? Perhaps for land grabs. In Florida, the Hurricane Milton disaster was believed created for the purpose of making Tampa into one of the cabal smart cities where they would have complete control over the population. In North Carolina, it was believed the Hurricane Helene disaster was created for control of Three Kings Mountain mines. On May 8, 2003, U.S. Patent 2003-0085-296 was granted that verified hurricanes, tornadoes and heavy rain could be formed and directed toward certain areas of the country through cloud seeding and sound wave applications. Residents of North Carolina maintain that during Hurricane Helene, planes were observed cloud seeding over the area. Substantial evidence showed the route that aircraft took to manipulate the path of Hurricane Helene, just as planes have been tracked cloud seeding over Hurricane Milton. On Sunday, 6th of October, evening, Hurricane Milton, along with a plane flying above it, made a strange complete U-turn to head directly to Tampa, Florida. On September 27, 2024, the majority of Chimney Rock, North Carolina was destroyed by flooding as a result of Hurricane Helene. 2 days later, as residents struggled to save what they could, the Biden-Harris regime seized the tiny 2.8 square miles village of Chimney Rock under the auspices of eminent domain. 1 month before the cabal's BlackRock had acquired 2.2 million shares of stock in Kings Mountain lithium mine Albemarle Global. With help of Vice President Kamala Harris, the U.S. government also suddenly gave the mine $250 million in grant money to open the mine that was full of rare precious metals used in making computer chips. On September 24, 2024, Kamala was successful in getting permits for the Albemarle lithium mine to start mining immediately. She had a reason for that. A major stockholder in the mine was her husband, Doug Imhoff. Imhoff's retirement accounts were also deeply tied to major cabal funds like BlackRock and Vanguard. The Kings Mountain mine was expected to make over $250 billion. While the cabal-created mega Hurricane Milton was on its way to devastate Florida and the likely man-made Hurricane Kirk was headed straight to London, UK, the White Hat Global Alliance was targeting the Biden/Harris administration's FEMA for their human trafficking, theft of disaster funds and supplies, and gunning down Hurricane Helene, Maui, Texas, California, and Katrina disaster victims. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. See possible timing. The EBS window would be active from Wednesday, June 10, 2026 to Saturday, June 20, 2026 for 10 days of darkness, martial law and global currency reset. Trump readies July 4, 2026 Sovereign Republic Declaration, 107 on Telegram. Wednesday, June 10, 2026 The moment we've been preparing for is almost here. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, the final activation steps are expected to move into position. Official notifications could appear at any time, signaling the beginning of the new financial era that has been quietly building behind the scenes. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Global activation. The reset is now approaching its live phase. Central banks and financial authorities across multiple regions are aligning for a synchronized confirmation of the transition. Once the switch is acknowledged, the new quantum-secured monetary system will begin operating openly. Wallet access. Clear instructions will follow on how to access the QFS wallet. I'll be among the first to log in and view the updated digital assets. The rollout may involve encrypted app updates or secure system alerts, but the process is expected to be simple due to the extensive preparation already completed. Financial reset. New currency values will appear directly inside the wallet interface. Adjustments to debts, balances, or legacy accounts may follow automatically. Every update will be logged through the quantum ledger, ensuring complete transparency and verifiable records of each transaction. Smooth transition. All prior trials have been successful. Recent test operations included a fully offline quantum-safe transfer that executed without errors. With the infrastructure stable and support teams positioned, the transition is expected to unfold cleanly and without significant disruption. Everything is aligned. The framework is ready. Keep your notifications enabled. We are only hours away from a historic shift in global finance. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. Thursday, June 11, 2026 The Quantum Financial System, QFS, was unveiled in worldwide broadcast, Igniting gold-backed revolution across 209 nations, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. E-global currency reset, Thursday, June 11, 2026, debt clock emergency, America now pays more for debt than defense as the national debt surges past $39 trillion. Thursday, June 11, 2026 ISO 20022 has officially gone live across global payments. SWIFT has shut off legacy mount messages. From now on, bank-to-bank payments must speak ISO 20022, Tier 4B ISO 2022 on Telegram. Wednesday, June 10, 2026 Marks, received news from several bondholders that they are being paid. Evening News with Marks. June 10, 2026. Thursday, June 11, 2026 Bruce, The Big Call, Redemption Center leaders go in Saturday 13th of June believing that Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, will be notified Saturday 13th of June or Monday 15th of June. Other military sources say notification will come out Sun, 14th of June. One source said next week will be party time. We have been held up by the UK being unwilling to get off of the old SWIFT system. That has been settled as of today, Thursday 11th of June. On Sunday, June 13, 2026 some announcement will be made. Sunday is also Flag Day and President Trump's birthday. Thursday, June 11, 2026 Fox News, Trump escalates, more bombing tonight on Iran. Bigger and more powerful. President Trump is done playing games. After Iran downed a U.S. Apache helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz, America has already struck 2 nights in a row. Now Trump is warning another round is coming tonight, and he's eyeing Karg Island, Iran's critical oil hub. From Truth Social, the U.S. will hit their Navy, Air Force, radar, anti-aircraft, and take total control of their oil and gas infrastructure, just like we did successfully in Venezuela. No more drip delays. No more letting Iran run out the clock on nuclear weapons. Maximum pressure is working. The regime is bracing. This is what strength looks like. Peace through overwhelming power. Trump is putting America first and forcing the deal, or total dominance. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Thursday, June 11, 2026 John Thune is inept and incapable of leading the Senate. A bill to defund the Taliban has been on his desk for 11 months. He lied or doesn't care. Caroline Levitt on Telegram. Thursday, June 11, 2026 President Trump has now confirmed that Iran has to sign the deal or get bombed even more tomorrow night. The gloves are coming off. Trump spoke directly with top Iranian officials in Tehran who asked him to stop, the war returns, or they sign this deal. 49 Tomahawk missiles. Fighter jets over the skies of Iran and the U.S. military hammering the Iranian regime, sending a message to those in Tehran that they have 2 options here. Either the war returns and they get hammered on the battlefield or ultimately they sign this deal that was presented by American negotiators. The first page, effective immediately all contracts for the procurement of pharmaceutical products with the following entities, named all 31 major pharmaceutical manufacturers, are suspended until further review. Thursday, June 11, 2026 An executive order was signed 11 days ago that declassifies over 6,000 suppressed medical patents. Not one mainstream outlet has reported it, the JFK files on Telegram. Executive Order 14,263. Signed May 2026. Title, Restoring Medical Innovation Through Patent Transparency. It was not announced at a press conference. It was not on the evening news. It was uploaded to the Federal Register at 11:47 p.m. on a Friday night. The order directs the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office to release all patents currently held under secrecy orders related to human health, bioelectric medicine, and frequency-based therapeutic devices. There are 6,321 of them. Since 1951, the Invention Secrecy Act has allowed the U.S. government to classify any patent that is deemed a threat to national security. The inventor is issued a secrecy order. They cannot manufacture the device. They cannot publish the research. They cannot tell anyone it exists. If they violate the order, they face 2 years in federal prison. Thursday, June 11, 2026 Barack Obama was using USAID to pretend to send money to a country for aid and instead laundering it to the Cayman Islands. He would then use that money to fund and train renter riots for protests to overthrow governments. Sound familiar? Mike Benz on Joe Rogan, a scandal during the Obama USAID era. We were running a number of rogue USAID operations in Cuba at the time. I'm simply showing the American people where your tax dollars are going and how these things are structured in order to systematically fool you and to fool Congress and to fool the White House. You said pumped $1.2 billion in, and we sponsored these activist groups and these civil society organizations to learn how to use Facebook, learn how to use Twitter, learn how to use hashtags, learn how to coordinate street protests so that everyone knows where to go, what street to show up on, what kind of slogans to use in order to create the pro-democracy predicate for it. He talks about how Obama funded a Twitter clone that would be used to push propaganda in Cuba to inspire these protests and overthrow the government. Mike Benz explains how Barack Obama overthrew many governments. So what they did is they took the exact same thing as Twitter, same user interface, same like, and retweet buttons. Unzuño is the Cuban slang word for hummingbird. So it means it's bird, it was the Twitter bird, the whole thing. But the whole trick about it was you have to make it look like it's coming from the Cubans if you're going to do this operation. We can get into the deeper layers of this, but contractors were funded by USAID. The data would then be used for micro-targeting efforts towards anti- and pro-government users. In Cuba, the developers aim to, at first, use non-controversial content such as sports and music and hurricane updates. What was the plan the whole time? Once they built up enough subscribers, they would begin to introduce political messages through social bots and encourage dissent in this astroturfing. The whole point is, once they hit a critical mass, they would create renter riots. You are using Cayman Islands bank accounts. You're saying you're earmarking it for Pakistani aid. But the money was never sent to Pakistan, it was sent to the Cayman Islands to fund this whole operation. All this and much more is broken down extremely well in this video. This is insane. Thursday, June 11, 2026, exposed. RFK Jr. confirms chemtrails are real, DARPA behind IT, Trump moves to end the global weather war, Gitmo now on Telegram. They are spraying us like insects. As of September 23, 2025, it is no longer a question. Chemtrails are real, and darker than anyone imagined. This is biological warfare, psychological suppression, and population control rolled into one. But Trump is back, and the deep state is panicking. Since January 20, 2025, he has been purging compromised agencies, reclaiming Pentagon projects, and redirecting DARPA funding under EO56 to shut down unauthorized biotech experiments. Space Force insiders confirm quantum satellite monitoring of every geoengineering flight path. In March 2025, a leaked brief confirmed modified Boeing 737s spraying over Tennessee, Kentucky, and Ohio, tied to BlackRock's climate subsidiaries. RFK Jr. revealed the key: it is hidden in the fuel itself. The pilots don't know. The mechanics don't know. The compounds are pre-mixed, burned, and sprayed right over your head. This is war. Silent genocide disguised as climate action. The same metals sprayed from above poison farmland, and then Gates' patented GMO seeds appear as the solution. Poison the land, sell the antidote. Poison the sky, sell the panic. The curtain is falling. Trump is building a military database of every chemtrail operation since 2001. The people are waking up. Ask yourself, why are neurological disorders exploding nationwide? Why is aluminum in children who never lived near industry? Why do weather patterns follow geoengineering models down to the hour? The answer: because this is planned. And now it is being exposed. Trump knows. RFK Jr. knows. And now, you know. Look up. Watch the skies. The storm is here. Thursday, June 11, 2026. CERN shuts down June 29. They told you it's maintenance. ITISNT, Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. The Large Hadron Collider, the most powerful machine ever built by human hands, goes dark on June 29, 2026. Permanently offline for what they call Long Shutdown 3. They told you it's an upgrade. Routine. Technical. But the internal timeline doesn't match. LS3 was originally scheduled for 2028. It was moved forward. Twice. The final acceleration happened in Q1 2026, 3 months after Run 3 produced results that were never published. Not delayed. Never published. A former data analyst, 6 years, CERN Computing Center, left November 2025. In September 2025, Run 3 collisions at 13.6 TeV produced an anomaly in Sector 7 Liter. Not a particle. Not antimatter. A resonance signature with no corresponding mass. Energy appeared from a source that doesn't exist in the standard model. The data was flagged level 5, I had never seen level 5 in 6 years. Within 72 hours, the dataset was moved to a restricted server. Access revoked for 340+ researchers. The internal memo referenced Protocol 7, a designation I had never encountered in any CERN documentation. 3 weeks later, LS3 was moved from 2028 to June 2026. That is not a coincidence. You do not shut down a $13 billion machine 2 years early because of maintenance. What did they find? The standard model accounts for 5% of the universe. The other 95%, dark matter, dark energy, is not missing. It is on the other side of something. CERN was built to find the door. Run 3 found it. They are not shutting down for maintenance. They are shutting down because what came through cannot be contained while the machine is running. June 29th. 19 days. The machine goes dark. But what it opened does not close when you turn off the power. Tesla knew. He wrote about it in 1899, Signals from Outside Our Dimension, received in Colorado Springs. His papers were seized by the Office of Alien Property in 1943. Reviewed by Dr. John G. Trump, the president's uncle. 3 generations later, the grandson sits in the Oval Office. The machine shuts down. The timing is not accidental. Code, Run 3 Sector 7 liters, Protocol 7, LS3 Move 2028-2026, Tesla 1899, John G. Trump 1943, June 29, they built a machine to open a door. They opened it. Now they're turning off the machine. But doors don't close from this side. 19 days. Watch.
Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update for it's compiled by Judy Byington. Game over. Thank you for playing. President Trump, Wednesday, June 10th, 2026. Body double A.J. Barron confessed to playing Biden throughout his presidency, which made every Biden auto-pen pardon and executive order null and void. Judy note, as of Wednesday, June 10th, 2026, rumor was that U.S. military personnel out of Iran were reporting that in retaliation for Iran's destruction of a U.S. military helicopter early this morning, Trump ordered bombing of all Iran military facilities and bridges across the country. It was expected that the EBS would be broadcasting at least by Sunday, June 14, 2026. But we don't know. Nobody knows the timing. Welcome to the Great Reset. The U.S. was no longer under the cabal and their debt machine. Soon, temporary martial law would be active across every nation. It was advised to secure food, cash, and essentials for 10 to 12 days of possible lockdown, while Trump's global military alliance made mass arrests worldwide. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram, Wednesday, June 10, 2026. Joe Biden's body double, A.J. Barron, has been arrested and was turning state's evidence. Every auto-pen pardon and order of the Biden administration was expected to soon be null and void. The world was changing fast.
Possible timing, Wednesday the 10th of June, 2026, rumor. U.S. military personnel out of Iran were reporting that in retaliation for Iran's destruction of a U.S. military helicopter early this morning, Trump has ordered bombing of all Iran military facilities and bridges across the country. Plus, rumor was that the EBS would be broadcast beginning Sunday, the 14th of June, 2026. Mary note, according to Charlie Ward, the Iranian sites bombed are deep state assets put in during Obama, Biden, and Clinton administrations. Trump is destroying the deep state, City of London infrastructure. The MSM will never tell you this. Wednesday, the 10th of June, 2026, the moment we've been preparing for is almost here. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, the final activation steps are expected to move into position. Official notifications could appear at any time, signaling the beginning of the new financial era that has been quietly building behind the scenes. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Global activation. The reset is now approaching its live phase. Central banks and financial authorities across Multiple regions are aligning for a synchronized confirmation of the transition. Once the switch is acknowledged, the new quantum-secured monetary system will begin operating openly. Wallet access. Clear instructions will follow on how to access the QFS wallet. I'll be among the first to log in and view the updated digital assets. The rollout may involve encrypted app updates or secure system alerts, but the process is expected to be simple due to the extensive preparation already completed. Financial reset. New currency values will appear directly inside the wallet interface. Adjustments to debts, balances, or legacy accounts may follow automatically. Every update will be logged through the quantum ledger, ensuring complete transparency and verifiable records of each transaction. Smooth transition. All prior trials have been successful. Recent test operations included a fully offline quantum safe transfer that executed without errors. With the infrastructure stable and support teams positioned, the transition is expected to unfold cleanly and without significant disruption. Everything is aligned. The framework is ready. Keep your notifications enabled. We're only hours away from a historic shift in global finance.
Wednesday, June 10th, the hidden wealth system is collapsing and your value is being restored. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. For decades, a structure operated behind the surface of everyday life. A system built not to serve you, but to extract value from you. What you believed were ordinary documents, like a birth certificate or a social security number, were actually entries in a financial mechanism you were never meant to access or understand. The system was called the Sestui Qui Vi Trust, created the moment you were born. Your certificate of live birth wasn't just a record, it was a securitized bond. Your name was converted into a corporate identity, a tradable asset used as collateral across global markets. Your labor, your future earnings, even your legal existence were quietly monetized without your consent. But that world is ending. Under the Nassara-Desara framework and the rise of the quantum financial system, the hidden wealth extracted from generations is being traced, audited, and prepared for return. QFS is not a bank. It is a biometric quantum ledger structure that identifies every fraudulent transaction attached to your straw man identity and reverses it. This transition does not simply reset currency, it restores sovereignty. Your name is not a corporation. Your identity is not collateral. Your value was never theirs to take. Forensic audits uncovered in military tribunals show how governments, banking institutions, and foreign exchanges traded hidden trust funds tied to millions of citizens. These trusts, often worth vast amounts, were leveraged, borrowed against, and quietly transferred through international settlement systems. The public was never informed and no permission was ever asked. QFS changes that permanently. It records every stolen ledger entry, every hidden bond, every artificial debt placed on your legal fiction. And when activation is complete, your access will come through a biometric QFS wallets linked directly to your DNA and frequency signature. This eliminates identity theft, banking control, or any third party standing between you and what is yours. Projected restitution amounts based on age and trust history are already aligned with QFS protocols. Individuals born before 1964, eligible balances exceeding $60 million. Individuals born 1964 to 1980, approximately $37 million. Individuals born 1981 to 2001, approximately $22 million with pathways for legacy expansion. These are not gifts, they are repayments. Repayments for decades of unlawful taxation. Repayments for generational extraction. Repayments for value taken through a system you never agreed to enter. As the transition nears full activation, quantum vaults are sinking, legal structures are collapsing, and the old system, built on debt and deception, is losing its final leverage. You won't hear this from the media, and traditional banks cannot confirm what is outside their control, but the truth remains. You were never poor. Your value was hidden, and now it is being returned. Stay observant. The structure that once owned your identity is dissolving, and a sovereign financial world is emerging in its place.
My next story is Erdogan from Turkey. has now come out and said publicly that Israel must be stopped. Now, for those people who live in America and have never left, you won't realize how powerful Turkey is. For those who live in America and have never left, you have no idea how powerful Iran is. Iran is an incredibly powerful country. All the media that talks about America's doing this to Iran, America's doing this to Iran, that's the US. And the US is being dismantled. The US had situations, let's call it that, inside Iran that were placed there by Obama, by Bush, by Clinton. They're being dismantled by Trump. So when you see attacks on Iran, the attacks are to take out the evil element that's been installed there by the United States corporation and Israel to destabilize them, because they wouldn't be part of the banking cartel that was the Rothschilds banking system. Most people know that, but forget it very quickly. Iran is still a very powerful empire. It's an empire that's never fallen. Do not underestimate Iran and do not underestimate Turkey. You're not going to like to hear this, but either of those countries could easily take out the United States. Easily. But because you've been told you're the biggest and the best in the world, you believe it. You're dealing with very, very powerful countries in Iran and Turkey. And between the two of them, I've always said from day one, Iran will take out Israel. We're seeing it happen in plain sight. But in the background, if needed, you've got Turkey, who are also on the side of Iran. Be careful what you wish for. Don't be drawn into the movie, the pantomime. Don't be drawn into what the mainstream media are telling you, because it's absolute rubbish. If you want the truth, we've got it here. Drew.
Next up, Wall Street suffered another sharp sell-off as the S&P 500 fell 1.6% and the Nasdaq dropped 2%. Markets are reacting to rising inflation, higher oil prices, escalating US-Iran tensions, and continued selling in the major tech stocks. Investors are now watching closely to see whether this is a normal correction or the beginning of a larger market downturn. Is this the collapse before July the 4th we are waiting for? Or maybe the 24th will be the start of 10 days of darkness? We will have to see.
Well, we're seeing a collapse which we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for this, and for those people who know what's going on, it's a huge relief to see the collapse happening. For those who don't know what's happening, they'll live in fear, they'll live in panic. And I told you yesterday that if you go within and you're connected to God, you won't live in fear, because you'll see what's happening. And I would urge you all to do exactly that. Because if you're living in fear right now, you'll be absolutely petrified, because the movie has turned from a comedy into a horror movie. The deep state, their leverage is gone. Trump is about to release the information about the election rigging. We all wanted it a long time ago, but there's a time and place for everything, and everything in its place. God's timing is perfect. Our timing is not. We all wanted it done 5 years ago. I'll leave you with that thought. That was the news.
Wednesday, June 10th, breaking Biden body double A.J. Barron just flipped in his turning state's evidence. Every single auto pen pardon and order was signed by an effing actor, not the president, and the entire deep state coup is about to get blown wide open. The Great Awakening on Telegram. And just a side note, I believe, in my opinion, that there were several actors and maybe even clones that played Biden. He looked like Biden, he sounded like Biden, but he wasn't Biden. That means every single pardon, executive order, and signature from the last few years is completely invalid and illegal. Now the actor who played Joe Biden, A.J. Barron, has cut a deal. 77 years old and facing serious prison time, he's agreed to squeal on every Democrat who put an imposter in the Oval Office and ran the country like a criminal enterprise. Mr. Barron is kept safe till he can be fully deposed. This is the biggest presidential fraud in American history. They didn't just prop up a senile old man, they literally used a body double to sign documents and steal the presidency. The entire Biden administration was one giant unconstitutional scam, and the guy who played the role is now ready to name names. Voter fraud. Wednesday, June 10th, Washington, D.C. is continuing to allow illegal immigrants to register and vote in their local elections, including for mayor, attorney general, D.C., council members, and other offices. Judicial Watch. This stems from D.C.'s Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022, effective since 2024, which permits illegal residents to vote in local elections. The D.C. Board of Elections provides a dedicated illegal voter registration form. In June 2025, the U.S. House passed H.R. 884 to repeal this law and ban illegals voting in D.C. elections, with 56 Democrats joining Republicans. The bill remains pending in the Senate right now. Wisconsin Congressman Tom Tiffany has repeatedly highlighted this issue. They got their official non-citizen voter registration application, so there it is. The U.S. Capitol has turned over control of its government, in part to foreign nationals legally and illegally present in our nation's capital. What country would allow its foreign capital to be controlled by foreigners? This capital does, and it's done with the sufferance of Congress. I tell you, our enemies must be looking at an opportunity there. How are we supposed to help President Trump ensure we have fair elections across our country if we can't even get politicians in Washington, D.C. to start in our nation's capital? Wednesday, June 10th, 5.5 years after J6, January 6th, with new revelations related to what happened before and on January 6th. The regime media absolutely refuses to consider that the Biden DOJ, Ray FBI abused their power to investigate, prosecute, and help convict more than 1,000 Americans for their participation in the protests that day. Trump Truth Revolution on Telegram. Welker, like all other journalists and reporters of her ilk, actually think the unprecedented number of plea deals is the result of legitimate prosecutions rather than abuse of authority, particularly threats to turn misdemeanor cases into felonies to extract plea deals. They don't entertain for a second that perhaps something is off with a 100% conviction rate before D.C. juries, or question how the Biden DOJ got away with, for years, bringing the felony 1512C2 charge against 300 plus J6ers and the president before SCOTUS determined the statute had been unlawfully applied. The single-minded focus on those charged, convicted of assault on police when the 18 U.S. Code 111 statute also applies to interfering or impeding federal officers allows the media to ignore the hundreds of other low-level misdemeanor cases that nonetheless resulted in torturous investigations and prosecutions, rigged trials, and time in federal prison. Corporate media is as responsible as the Biden DOJ, J6 committee, and federal judges in continuing to perpetuate lies about J6 and intentionally misleading the public about what happened in the largest criminal investigation in U.S. history. Good for the president for pushing back and for justified anger here.
Some Republicans, Mr. Director.
Trump was financed by the Harrimans and the British Rothschilds, and he died in a helicopter crash in 1989. They then replaced him with another avatar who was the Make America Great Again guy, and he lasted until June of 2025. At this point, a different group of families who owned the Federal Reserve Board, the Rockefellers, took over the Trump avatar and immediately used it to destroy the Trump image that had been created over the decades. It was deliberate acting to make him look like a megalomaniac, insane person. And who are the people behind this? This is the Rockefellers, okay? And people need to understand this. Bill Clinton was the son of Winthrop Rockefeller. Hillary Clinton was the daughter of David Rockefeller. Other Rockefellers include, for example, John Podesta. He's Lawrence Rockefeller, in that branch of the family. Those are the people pushing the space opera, the alien disclosure, all that kind of stuff. And then we have other Rockefellers. For example, take a look at these pictures of Michael Rockefeller, Guinea, who looks identical to Tom Hanks. They are one and the same people, according to my various sources, which include descendants of J.P. Morgan and other of the founders of the Federal Reserve Board, as well as European royals. And then, of course, there's Mark Zuckerberg. He's another Rockefeller. And they're also Obama, descended from Hitler. So we're talking about bloodlines. So then hire actors to play their roles and make it seem like, you know, we have a democracy, when in fact it's all fake. And, you know, we've tried to reach out to these people. We offer them 200 tons of gold to help finance, you know, we'd start by setting up a think tank with that money to figure out how to set up a better system of economic management for the West so we don't get overrun by China. And the idea was to hire some really smart people to figure out how to set up a future planning agency. And then, once the agency was set up, then trillions of dollars would be made available to, you know, end poverty, stop environmental destruction, turn this world into a paradise, all that kind of stuff. But they're blocking us. And since they will not accept the gold, the Dragon family has made a decision that we're going to offer gold bounties on these people. A civil war raging behind the scenes. It was a huge attempt to remove Keir Starmer, who is a Rockefeller stooge, and the fake King Charles are using, and that fight is going to continue. So we're putting out a bounty on the fake King Charles and Keir Starmer because they have to be removed. They're Rockefeller agents. They do not work for the British people. And, you know, these people have been doing horrible things for a long time. In Canada, they set up this whole fake, you know, genocide of First Nations PSYOPs campaign to try to destroy Canada's image. It was financed by the Rockefeller brothers, who also trying to prevent Canada from exporting oil to Asia by hiring fake First Nations activists. And I'm telling you right now, they're all going to be arrested. They're, as you know, working for the Rockefellers. We're going to wipe out their network in Canada. It's already happening. Canada is free from these people now, and they're going to help the American people restore democracy. Okay? What we're saying is we don't want these hidden oligarchs using actors pretending and screenwriters to control what the American people do in the future. We want the American people to actually elect their own leaders and not just, you know, be foisted upon with hired hands who do what they're told by their secret handlers. This is not going to be allowed to happen. I know now there's also an attempt to make it look like it's the Italian black nobility who are really behind the scenes, people like the Orsinis and stuff. And I went to Italy. I met these people, and they're not the problem. Okay, these people do have a long-term project to create a world republic. They want a world republic government such as you see in the SF series like Star Trek, enslave the rest and set up a satanic rule headquartered in Greater Assyria, mistakenly called Israel. So these people are not the problem. The problem has been identified as the Rockefeller Hitler bloodline, and we need to go after them because they're obviously not going to step quietly into the night. And it's been scientifically proven. I'm amazed that the U.S. military and the police have not come in and arrested these people yet, because they really do need to be arrested. In any case, there is an international boycott of the Rockefeller interests, and that is why the American people are suffering, because the Rockefellers are trying to squeeze money out of them in order to survive. They're also trying to do that in Japan by bankrupting farmers while forcing consumers to pay double what they pay for rice despite abundant harvests. This is all an attempt to squeeze money out of the people in the countries they control in order to avoid bankruptcy. And we're going to go after them until they're finally removed from control of the Federal Reserve Board and the financial system. Of course, the bounty is also on Scott Bessent. And if you wish to collect the gold, you can go to either Taiwan, Hong Kong, or I believe the Iranian people. If you go there, they would be happy to provide gold if these people are removed and help destroy the satanic state of Israel and replace it with the God-fearing state of Judea. So we're going to keep fighting there, but I'm just so sick and tired of the entire fake. They're losing the ability to suppress the story. At this point, a majority of people in the West realize this. We just need to have the military take action. Another thing that's coming out is people are now realizing that chemtrails are real, and that this is something that also has to be stopped. Take a look at this clip from a whistleblower who was actually involved in creating the chemtrails to understand the sort of things these people have been doing.
Hi Ben, we have our first question for today. It says, could it be possible that the data centers are just large-scale terraforming machines in disguise? They seem to excel at using large amounts of power to deplete entire regions of water, which would turn the Earth into a desert if deployed the way that they are planning. What are your thoughts on this?
There are a lot of people who say that the aim of the data centers is to replace humans with AI and AI-controlled robots. So this would be the ruling elites who still control the Fortune 500 companies, trying to stay in power by replacing humans with robots, which they hope to stay in control of. That's quite a real possibility, but for sure there's no legitimate business model to explain the trillions of dollars being invested in these data centers. All they do now is they basically plagiarize from real historians and real journalists, and they don't provide a lot of original thinking. They don't provide any original thinking. It's all plagiarism or stuff they're told to regurgitate. So it's wrong, and we need to stop it. Next question.
Hi Ben, could you please comment on the corruption in the SAPs in South Africa and what you expect is likely to happen?
You know what? All I know is that South Africa set up a fake Mandela to keep the old regime in power, and I'll have to look more into the situation to make a more meaningful comment about what's happening there now. I'll try to do that for my Monday report. I haven't been following very closely, but I do know that Winnie Mandela did say that her husband would be replaced by a fake, and that the whole situation there is not what it's supposed to be. And I hope that the people of South Africa, including the ones with European ancestry, work together to make that country economically strong and fair for all peoples. And they should not try to promote race wars of any sort. Next question.
Hi, Ben. One thing that nobody has seemed to notice when Donald Trump was sworn in as president, he did not place his hand on the Bible. Check out the videos and you will see that it is correct. Does this mean that he is not really our president because he was not properly sworn in?
What I was told at the time was that the reason the Donald Trump in the video did not put his hand on the Bible was because he was an actor, and that the real Trump did put his hand on the Bible at a separate ceremony, which for security reasons was held away from the public. However, that Trump has been replaced by a fake satanic puppet now. So the person who is now pretending to be Donald Trump is definitely not a Christian or a believer in God. He's a Satanist, a puppet, and the Christian people, including the Catholic Church, are in the forefront of trying to remove this satanic filth that took over the government in the United States, and I wish them the best. Next question.
I bet it. With everything going on in the current world, there doesn't seem to be much certainty of anything. What would you suggest that people do to prepare in the events that the White Hats do lose this war?
The most important thing is to remember that whatever is closest to you is most important. So what you need to worry about is making sure that you have access to a food supply no matter what. That includes, going out to the countryside, making friends with farmers and going to farmers markets. And worry about things like your friends, your pets, your own personal work, and try to ignore the hysteria on our screens, because what's happening is the controllers of the sort of great public story have lost the plot. And so my advice is if you think the White Hats are losing, is to turn off your screens and focus on the real world, because they'll never get control of the real world. All they can do is take control of the fake world on our screens.
The escalation into World War III, like I said, would start this week on Saturday, and Sunday I was like even more confirmed about it. And Monday I was like, it's coming. And so today it's on. It's on like Donkey Kong. And so what started it? What made it really kick off? Of course, I think that we've been building up to this point so that we could do these strikes. And the strikes are basically taking down the radars at this point, and they're coming in and they're starting to take down more and more of the Iranian leadership, right? So maybe because we took down one of their top guys, again, they came after an Apache helicopter, and who knows? We haven't heard yet how that was taken down. But what's really cool is the pilots of that Apache helicopter. They're in the water for 2 hours. That's a long time, but fortunately, that's warm water over there. I've been in it quite a bit, and a drone boat rescued them. So probably drones dropped them, and a drone rescued them. Right? So pretty crazy. I've been saying that drone warfare is on another level, and it's going to continue to increase more and more because it's the future. All right. So that, and we're going to see Ilhan Omar go to jail. All right. That little savage Somalian. All right. So, she's her fraud and her marrying her brother is going to be the end of her, because basically that's a felony when you come in and, defraud your citizenship, which she did. And of course, she defrauded the people of Wisconsin on a massive scale. She went from $38 million all the way down to $50,000, but they're like, oh, no. So they seized, I guess they just seized her husband's wealth, and they're going to probably give it back to the people. Still not all that's been stolen, but it'll help. And so she'll lose her citizenship and she'll go to jail, right? because a lot of you are like, send her back to Somalia. I'm like, no, no, no. Everywhere I've seen that, all throughout social media, I will come in and make comments on that. It's like, no, she loses her citizenship and goes to jail, and then she'll get shipped out after she does her jail time. All right. So let's keep that thought. Let's keep that motivating intensity. Earthquakes. Speaking of intensity, earthquakes are spreading. The intensities are increasing, and they're spreading all around the Ring of Fire. All right, and back and forth. Not just normally they go from like New Zealand and go from left all the way around to right and down and out. They're going back and forth now. All right, and increasing intensity. So we're going to see that continue. We may have a Carrington event. We're going to discuss that. A Carrington event, which is basically an EMP, electromagnetic pulse, which would basically shut down our cars, shut down our internet, shut down 5G, and everything. So we would go dark in a lot of different ways. Probably, transformers or electricity would go dark. It would be intense, but it seems like we might be moving in that direction. So we'll talk about that as well. Stock shock. All right. So stock market all-time highs just a few days ago, and now it is crashing. And I think it's just a natural pullback. Right. So it's going to go a lot higher. Silver and gold and everything is pulling back. I'm buying it as much as I can, and we're probably going to see it continue to come back down a little bit more. All right. So, of course, it's up 100% from its low less than a year ago, or about a year ago. So about a year ago, it was 32. Right now, 664, probably going to 60 soon. All right. And then maybe even lower. So as it goes down, I just keep buying more and more. It's like, oh, thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Can I have a little bit more, a little bit more? But at some point, it's gonna take all of the people that are, using leverage to buy stocks and silver and so forth. It's going to wash them out. This normally happens. This is usual. I'll show you guys where silver has been, going sideways, and this is basically the setup for which it does all the time for ultra new highs. Ultra, all right. So this is absolutely happening, right? So anyway, let's look at also. Well, let's just look at that, and that'll be enough, right? So there's so much going on. I'm like, this is why sometimes it takes me a while to come on, because I'm like, oh God, I gotta show that. Oh, geez, I was looking for something, and look at that. It's like, it's just non-stop. It's just crazy. And I just want to get on like, every few hours and start hearing stuff. It's like, but I have to, this kind of, you bought your silver back in for 23 in 2020, and then it all got sold. So this always makes me sick to my stomach. Yeah. Buy and hold, guys. So this is the early stages of a bull market. So this gold and silver do this. They go up, they go down, and then they go really high. All right. So this is we're in only the first couple of years of probably what's going to be 8 to 10 years worth of bull market. So yeah, don't sell it. I know a lot of people panic, and that's why we see these, these whoosh, it goes down, because the people on margin and have bought on debt and so forth, use their credit cards. Credit card debt right now is the highest ever. Buying anything with your credit card should be paid off your credit cards, because whatever you're paying on your credit cards is sometimes not going to equal the amount that you're going to make. Right. Although silver, it's definitely have been doing that, because I think we saw from silver last year was around $32 this time, and it went up almost four times, definitely four times, and the stock market, if it goes up 25% in a year, that's like hallelujah. Everybody's like dancing in the streets. But we saw silver go up four times. Of course, silver went sideways for years and years and years and years, and everybody's like, when's it going up? And we were telling you, Don't worry about it. It's going to go up. Just keep buying as much as you can. Dollar cost average in. We're dollar cost averaging in again, guys. All right. So you're getting a buying opportunity that's very unbelievable. Remember, like several years ago, we said when silver went to $70, it's like, this is like the most incredible buying opportunity. You better not pass this up. Many of you did that. And as I'm seeing, some of you sold. That's too bad because you're going to see silver in the triple digits, well in the triple digits. And then eventually, I think maybe quadruple digits at the far end of the silver boom. All right, so up and down, silver does that, goes sideways, and then blows up. All right, so you never know when it's going to happen. You just take advantage of any pullback at this point and add to your positions. And occasionally, you may sell. I would sell when it hits 300, sell a little bit. All right, when it hits 500, I'm probably going to sell a little bit more. But I'll keep adding on a pullback. So if it gets a good pullback, I'll add to those positions and to SILJ, which I'm doing SILJ on the stock market, silver juniors. I've been adding to it, and boy, is it going to be lovely when it goes back up. So you'll also see, crypto crash. So your winnings and your, the money you're going to be making on silver, you'll go in and buy XRP and Bitcoin at incredible lows. And then, 2-3 years later, it's going to be blowing up again. So you just learn how to go, back and forth, move into different things. Hopefully you've been doing that. I've been trying to help you guys. I've been doing this. Yes, SILJ. Check it out. Probably going to get a little bit more of a pullback. Like I said, that doesn't mean don't start dollar cost averaging in, but you should be, adding to your positions as it comes down, and then dig in, all right, and watch it go up and have fun. All right, so let's look at some of this stuff that's out there. A robot picking up 2 downed airmen. Wow, it's a first. It's a first, and it's fun. I've been saying this. Drones are going to be the big thing. I've been saying it for a long, long time, and here we are.
Apache helicopter crew was shot down in the Middle East. An American-made drone boat, and it may have changed search and rescue forever. The American Apache helicopter went down Monday night in waters off Oman. Details of how the shootdown occurred not revealed, and that part is a first. The U.S. Navy's Task Force 59, the military's AI and drone unit in the Middle East, revealed in a 2023 document the type of capability deployed to rescue the 2 soldiers: remotely operated uncrewed surface vehicles, USVs, used to locate the crew and bring them safely to shore. It is the first known time a drone boat has executed a personnel recovery at sea.
Boom. So yeah, that's a lot of fun. It's so whatever they were doing over there in the Middle East, Iran, shooting, firing off a bunch of drones. Now Iran is like, oh no, we didn't shoot any drones at them. The helicopter just crashed. The most advanced helicopter in the U.S. arsenal. I don't think so. All right, so they're not saying, what exactly happened yet. Will XRP go over $3 again? Of course, it'll go way over that. Just like Bitcoin keeps going up. So you just wait for the pullback. All right, and then add your position or start your position. I sold when it was around 3, and then I'm waiting for it to go down to 70. Then I'll start to add to my position. So, or add a position. So, and then 35, I think, in Bitcoin. And if it goes lower, that's great. I get more. So it's gonna be great. So, I've been well into the 7 figures and Bitcoin. Thank you, Bitcoin, and crypto space. I made lots of money on like Dogecoin. And then it made lots of money on XRP. So you just pick the winners. Who knows who the winner is going to be next time? Is it going to be Bitcoin? Is it going to be Ethereum? Is it going to be XRP? Maybe, probably that will go up, but they haven't been going up that much as they used to. All right, so you find other ones that are going to go up more. I think XRP will be one of those, but we'll have to check that. I'll keep you guys informed. Yeah, and I'm not the ultimate expert on this, but I have made quite a lot. All right, so and next go around there will be 8 figures in this. 7 figures, that was great. 8 figures, well into the 8 figures. All right, so some of you are like, I would like 4 figures. That's great. Just follow along, and when we get too close to the bottom, we let you guys know, and then maybe you might want to start to add. It's up to you. You have to trust your intuition. That's what I'm all about, the intuitive guy, right? So, all right, let's look at Goldie Kamari. Is showing us and has been talking about how we need to go in, and I'm with her on this. We need to go in and take out that regime in Iran. I don't know what all this back and forth was. This we're going to make a deal with them. You don't make deals with terrorists, right? Hasn't the U.S. said that for a long time? Yeah. So the Iranian regime is a terrorist regime, and it will be going bye-bye. And we'll see that happen pretty soon. All right, so let's listen. Trump is like, he's basically, I'm done. Yeah, okay. Come on, I don't know what you guys are doing in the Trump, administration, but I guess we'll find out later. Maybe you've been building up. That's my guesstimate. They've been just building up and getting ready to, hammer down.
I mean, I kind of do know where to begin, but you know what I mean. Things have heated up, and things have literally gone from like 0 to 100 within the span of 24 hours. And I believe that this is all because the Islamic regime, the terrorist Islamic regime, that's been occupying Iran for the last 47 years, made the critical mistake of attacking the U.S. military. And if you were watching the Goldie show last night, I said that President Trump is not going to let that attack by the terrorist Islamic regime against the U.S. Apache helicopter, endangering the lives of 2 U.S. military men. He's not going to let that go unanswered. Because President Trump's response to that aggression by the terrorist and illegitimate Islamic regime, that response is not really for the Islamic regime itself. Because the entire world is watching right now. The enemies of the United States are watching right now. And so President Trump knows that. He understands that. The people around him, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, they know that. Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham. By the way, congrats, Lindsey Graham. You got reelected with like an overwhelming majority. So happy for you. We love you, Lindsey Graham. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for Iran.
All right. So, yeah, there's a lot of people out there that have been watching this show, right? And I've been watching them going like, what are you guys doing? Right? Go in and just hammer them, get them out. You're wasting time. And I think they have a better idea, what's going on than I do, of course. But they have probably set up for very nice strikes that will take this regime down, maybe even faster. So we'll see. Now, they have definitely been building up, and we'll see just how much firepower they have. Now, you guys know that I believe that they go in, they take out all of the air defense, and then they can go in and start taking out a lot of other things that need to be taken out. They put special forces guys on the ground, which probably are already there, right? So and hook up with some of the the guard, the new guard. They have the Immortal Guard. It's that's Persian, all the way back to Alexander the Great when he conquered Persia. It was the Mortal Guard that he went against. So hopefully the Mortal Guard does a lot better this time. So we'll have Americans and I don't know, maybe some Israelis, and I don't think the Brits are involved. I think the Brits are like, not so much. And that's a leadership problem. But you're seeing in Britain and in Ireland, I think what the future is, and that is they're basically, I won't say rioting. They're all hitting the streets and they're protesting against illegal immigrants, and they're gonna, like, either illegal immigrants are going to go away or they're going to go away, right? And the way that people are going to make them go away is not going to be pretty, right? So they have been attacked by illegal immigrants, and they're fed up with it. They didn't vote to have these illegal immigrants can't come into their country. Did we vote to have illegal immigrants come into our country? No. All right. So that shit's going to get reversed, and it's going to get reversed by these politicians, or we're going to do it. We the people throughout Europe, we the people in the Western countries. I'm also speaking for Australia and New Zealand. So you see the Maoris, they're doing their dance, and they're burning the Muslim flag. It's like, whoa, don't mess with those guys. So it is moving in the direction of basically kicking them out. So like I said, you're going to see Ilhan Omar. She's going bye-bye into a cell for a long time for stealing and oh yeah, not going to be good. Not very good for her. All right, and that's good. And it's probably not going to be good for a lot of those Somalis. A Somali in Ireland, and this is why the Irish started to rebel in the streets and started burning the places where the illegal immigrants are living at their expense. All right. So there was one scene where this Somali was like sawing the head off a guy in the street, and it was pretty brutal looking. And so that got everybody pretty riled up. That was the last straw on the camel's back, right? So now it's starting to go to Europe or UK, or they're done with it. You got Tommy Robinson. He's leading that. He's been trying to lead this for a while, and it looks like they're going to really push back. Now, this is the problem if we, the people, have to do this on our own to clean that out. Because when we're done cleaning that out, we're coming for the politicians, we're coming for the judges, and we're coming for the law enforcement. They didn't do it, right? So there's going to be some blood in the streets. You politicians and law enforcement and judges, you better wake the hell up, or you're going to be hanging from some poles, all right? All over the place, all right? It's not going to be pretty. And then we'll get some people that will do the right job, and then things are going to be hunky-dory, and it'll be nice. But we go through this process every 400 years. Every 400 years. You go back in time, it's like every 400 years, I guess we just, we kick their ass, and then we're like, okay, we'll be cool. You be cool. And then they just sucker us, right? And they infiltrate again, and then we have to go through this process once again. I say let's not do this anymore, right? I say let's not do this anymore. Let's clean house, and let's clean it house for once and for all, right? Quit playing this game. All right, so let's look at Ilhan Omar about to go bye-bye. This is Ron Yates. Ron Yates is doing an exceptional job. Those of us that are doing, the job that the mainstream media should be doing, but it's been compromised, obviously, and it's captured operation throughout most of the Western world and the rest of the world, because I've been all over the world, and I've seen the media, the Mockingbird media, all over the world, guys. So it has to be taken down. And those of us that are citizen journalists, like moi, we are, bringing you guys the truth. We're doing the research. We're getting the insights, the contacts that are like real people doing the right thing, and we're changing. We're changing everything. It's a fantastic time. All right, Ron Yates, fantastic job.
The biggest in American history, and Ilhan Omar's name is in the file. Now, here's the part CNN forgot to cover. While Governor Tim Walz was busy not noticing $9 billion walking out of Minnesota, and Attorney General Keith Ellison was also busy not noticing, and the Biden DOJ was doing its trademark impression of a very expensive potted plant, the Trump DOJ just quietly opened the biggest citizenship revocation case that this country has ever seen. In fact, Ilhan Omar, fake marriage, frozen assets, a fake daycare in Texas, a $9 billion fraud machine, and a Treasury terror unit that already froze her husband Tim Mynette's funds. The sham marriage, the $30 million money trail, the cover-up, the foreign interference, it's all connected. And for the first time, someone in Washington actually cares. Today, we give you exactly what the media had buried, every receipt, every name, every dollar. If you're new here, welcome. Glad you guys showed up. Hit the subscribe button right now because, guys, we've been right about this for years, and we are just getting started. And, of course, if today's video delivers, and it will, do us a small favor on the way out. Hit the like button. Totally appreciate that. 1 second costs nothing. Helps thousands of people find the truth. Oh, one more thing before we dive in. If you or someone you love is on Medicare or turning 65 sometime soon, you need to know about Chapter. Let me tell you something, guys. Completely free Medicare help. Real human beings. Plain English. Hearts of a teacher. No salesman over there. Look, zero sales pressure because Medicare should not require a law degree. I know it's super duper complicated, but these guys make it super duper simple. And I love simple. So click the link in the description down below or give them a phone call at the phone number at the bottom of your screen here. The average senior saving.
All right, Minneapolis. Somebody just corrected me. So Minneapolis, that's what Ilhan Omar is.
$1,100 a year. All right, guys, let's go. Here's what actually happened.
Now, through one announcement, the Trump administration says it is seeking to denaturalize 17 foreign-born American citizens. They're all being accused of concealing criminal conduct or fraud or using false identities during the immigration process. Others were accused of fraud and financial crime.
Fraud, you're going to do it in a way that's illegal. You should be aware who our targets are. We are not limiting ourselves to anybody in particular, except to say that unfortunately, and I think you're going to hear more about this in the coming days and weeks, there are
immigration fraud going on here. These are deportable denaturalization offenses. Can you give us an update on that?
Yeah, so we actually think that Ilhan Omar definitely committed immigration fraud against the United States of America. And I talked to Steve Miller about this actually recently. We're trying to look at what the remedies are. That's the thing that we're trying to figure out is what are the legal remedies now that we know that she's committed immigration fraud? How do you go after her? How do you investigate her? How do you actually do the thing? How do you build a case necessary to get some justice for the American people? There's a related issue, Benny, which is she has been at the center of a lot of the worst fraudsters in the Somalian community. So do I know that Ilhan Omar was aware that the Quality Learning Center was defrauding the American people? I'm not certain of it.
It's got no government. It's got no military. It's got no anything. It's got one thing that's really strong, crime. It's got a lot of crime. They have no police. All they do is run around shooting each other.
Somalia.
It's filthy dirty, disgusting dirty. It's a horrible place. They come here.
I have been there. It is not so fun. It's not a good place. And I have a lot of my buddies that were in that shootout that happened there. You know, it is they're crazy people. And now we have them in the United States.
And Ilhan Omar, you ever hear of it? She hates it. And think of it. They have nothing but crime, poverty, pollution. Everything is horrible over there. Nothing good. They say it's the worst country anywhere in the world, and we got some beauties out there, but it's the worst. And then she comes here from Somalia, and she tells us how to run the United States of America. She says, the Constitution gives me certain rights. And I demand that I be given these rights. Get the hell out. What a phony. And then she married a brother to come in. I don't know, you know. But I would imagine they're looking at her. I have nothing to do with it. I would imagine. Of course I have nothing to do. I have nothing, but I believe she married her brother, which is totally illegal. Although it's a lovely couple, actually, but it's a little bit on the illegal side. Darling, I love you very much. Good night, brother. Let's go to bed.
Ilhan Omar committed immigration fraud. Treasury's anti-terror unit froze her husband's assets. A House report confirms Minnesota officials covered up to $9 billion in fraud. The DOJ investigation into Ilhan Omar and a foreign national is ongoing. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is a federal paper trail. Is it over? No. Has she been charged? Not yet. Could judges block parts of this? Possibly. But this ain't 2022. This is the sitting vice president, the DOJ, the House oversight, and the Treasury all pointing at the same name. The walls are closing in. 17 people just found out that those walls are real. Ilhan Omar's next. Or she is. But for the first time, the machinery is actually running. So we'll be watching, and we'll tell you exactly what happens. Now, before you go, I want you to...
All right. So amazing information coming out against these criminals. And we've been saying that we want these people put away. So they're building the case. It's the walls are closing in. The walls are closing in. So it's very exciting to see this. She has to go to jail, guys. She loses her citizenship and she goes to jail. She doesn't go back to Somalia with her millions and millions of dollars of bullshit, right? She gets basically all that found and taken away from her, assets seized, and given back to we the people, right? And this is going to be something that's going to start to happen for a lot of them, right? She needs to be put away for a very, very, very long time. That's right, Mary. Jail, jail, jail. Let's chant it, right? Jail for Omar. God, I can't believe, how long this has been going on, but we're getting close to really see some action. All right, U.S. military says it's striking multiple targets in Iran, second day of renewed fire. And of course, Iran has, been constantly, fire. It's never been a peace. Iran continues to fire. And then we go in and like, oh, no. We're defensive. We're going to go in and be defensive and hit you. Although, weren't we supposed to be the Department of War? No, not Department of Defense. So let's get that on. Let's get that rocking. All right. Second day of American strikes came hours after Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan, all of which host U.S. troops, came under Iranian fire. It was the third time this week that back and forth strikes have tested the 2-month ceasefire. They also came a day after the U.S. struck Iran following the crash of an Army Apache helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz that Trump blamed on the Islamic Republic. All right. So it's on. It's the intensity's upping. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, or his double 2.0 or whatever he is, appears intent on pursuing goals that make compromise harder. The collapse of Iran's theocratic government, the elimination of its nuclear program, and the destruction of the Iranian allied Hezbollah militant group in Lebanon. And so Lebanon keeps shooting missiles and drones into northern Israel. And from the tunnel systems, Hamas is still coming up and attacking Israeli troops. And I saw where 20 of them came out of a tunnel system and tried to overrun a checkpoint, Israeli checkpoint, and they got their butts handed to them. All right. So it's still long, guys. We can't kick back on these people. These people are, like I said, we do this every 400 years, right? It's time to wherever they're at in our countries, all right, the Western countries, and causing problems, they need to be removed. They need to go back to their countries. Their countries were so great. Why did they leave them? All right. So Iran and all you other Somalis, all right. So you're going to get the opportunity to go back to that great country. And yes, you do not have constitutional rights when you're not. I say that if they don't integrate and to American culture, then they go bye-bye, right? And that goes for all of them. So I guess in down in Texas, the from India, Hindus are coming over and they're not integrating at all either, right? Now I love Indian food and I love the Indian people, but if they're not going to assimilate, they got to go bye. They got to go back to where they came from, right? So yeah, bring your wonderful foods, your wonderful culture, and assimilate with America. We love everyone. We love all the cultures. But if you don't want to be an American, don't come to America. If you don't want to be, a Brit, don't come to Britain. Don't come to France. Don't come to Australia. If you're not willing to assimilate, then you have to go, right? And this is going to be the cry across the world, right? The outcry. It's coming. I shouldn't say it. I mean, because I've been in the thick of that stuff for like decades, guys, over 30 years. And it is, I'm like, this shit's going to get, these people are going to get stomped, right? So they're way out of control. And, while I was, kicking their ass over all over the world, they were bringing them into America. So it will change. All right. Now, this is what's going on in the sun. So the sun is really getting active, and that's why we're having lots of earthquakes. And I'm going to go into the earthquake stuff here in a second and show you what I've been looking at. I've been following this stuff for a long, long time and following some really good people like Stefan Burns and many others. So this potentially could be with the way the sun is acting, we could get this Carrington event, which is basically EMP, like I talked about earlier.
The plasma that's recently been ejected from the sun has been much more confined than normal. So typically it spreads out and it creates this wave that spreads out. And that's why when we see something like this, there's a forecast that's issued that, okay, well, by the time it reaches 1 astronomical unit or Earth's orbit, it's going to have spread out a little bit further, therefore it will hit us. Instead, we only had the shockwave hit us, and none of this bulk plasma hit us from this. And that is what was expected, at least for some of this bulk plasma.
So back on around the 6th is when we had a pretty good plasma injection into Earth. And then we started having those earthquakes kick off. We had the 7.8 that happened down, and I'll show you how that worked opposite the way it normally does. And it went down and hit in the Philippines. It bounced around a little bit, and then wham, 7.8. Then it bounced all the way across to Cuba, 6.1. Then I was like, well, we're probably going to, I didn't say it in a show, but I was like, I'm watching, I'm like, we're probably going to see another pretty significant one pretty close to that. And sure enough, we did. Costa Rica got a 5.1. So you had a 6.1, 5.1. And I think California is really overdue, right? And remember what I say about consciousness, guys. So we get some serious issues going on in California. Everything's vibration. So if you have people that are allowing very bad things to happen, like we're seeing in California, you're gonna get something, right? And this is the way it's going to be going forward. So more earthquake, volcanic activity, and now we're getting these energy pulses that are coming instead of spread out like you're seeing here in a big wave. They're coming at us potentially in a very like a laser, right? So if they come at us like a laser, we're going to get a Carrington effect, and that's basically EMP.
Spread out, hit Earth, and trigger a G3 geomagnetic storm. Before that, there was also a very similar situation just about a week beforehand. Also paired up, though, with a coronal hole transequatorial that swept through. It was tiny, tinier than this one. And that also was looking like we were going to have a G3 storm. Even isolated periods of G4, I was thinking it was going to be a G4 storm. It was looking quite significant. We didn't even get to G3 levels with that. But what happened was those solar storms came in, combined with this co-rotating interaction region, high-speed stream, and all layered together and impacted us. And we can see that if we look here at our real-time display, and you see these two impacts. So here's the one that was earlier in June. This is the 5th of June right here, okay? And
all right, so I'm going to show you guys around the 3rd is when we had a bunch of quakes out of Oregon coast. That's a fault zone. That's probably going to give us a big tsunami at some point. So we had some rumblings over there, and it seemed to like go around usually goes right from left to right. This time it went from right to left, and I'll show you guys that. I'll just walk you through, what I saw, what I'm looking at, and this is This is an unusual pattern. And then not only is it going from left to right to left, it's going straight across as well. Like I just mentioned. I'll point that out here in a second.
We got up to about 20 for our solar wind, so for the magnetic field, not super strong, but our velocity did go up to about nearly 800 kilometers per second, more like 700. Density went up and dropped. Here's where the second solar storm came in. The one that we thought was going to hit us didn't hit us. Barely hit us, basically. Just a shock wave, didn't drive any geomagnetic activity. So why am I showing you all this? Well, this is just showing, at least these past two solar storms, that the plasma stayed much more confined and narrow than normal. And what this means is that if we were to truly get a big solar storm to launch our way, and if this trend continues, and there's some evidence that that's the case, if we were to truly get a historic solar storm to launch towards Earth, something like the Carrington event, under this circumstance, it's not going to spread out and dissipate its strength. Instead, it's going to come in almost like a laser beam. Now, we don't know if that's going to happen or not, but we are seeing some initial evidence that there is this potential for a solar storm to stay very, very tightly column.
So this is what's happening. The solar storms usually come in a broad way, and now they're coming in potentially and very tight, and that can cause massive electronic disruption.
You could say it hit us, and that could trigger an electromagnetic pulse. If it's sufficient enough to hit the upper atmosphere, there's some characteristics required for this to occur. I'll talk about them. Then that's the case. Now, a moderator here saying that the sun can never create an EMP that hits us. That's incorrect. Sorry, dude. We get EMPs all the time from these solar storms. The question is how strong they are. With a sufficient strength solar storm impact, that could happen. So that's one of the big.
All right, so that's something we need to be aware of. That's always been a problem, potential problem, because we had a Carrington event back in the early 1800s. That's when we had the telegraph lines. They used to have the Pony Express, and then they got the telegraph lines, and it changed everything. It's kind of like what's going on. What happened when we got newspapers, and then we got the internet. Newspapers pretty much gone. And then now we have AI. So we're progressively, increasing the technology. AI obviously has to be looked at pretty hard. We don't want it to get too out of control. All right. And there could be some problems with that. But for the most part, at this point, it's been very beneficial. Of course, the internet, has had some very negative things going on with it too. You got, child porn and all kind of crazy stuff going on over there. That YouTube and Instagram for a long time, I don't know if that's still going on because it was really pointed out, we're allowing. All right, so that is one of the things that we see as a negative, but is like what we're sharing right now. We're basically bypassing the Mockingbird media, and so this is a good thing. Of course, we have trollers come in here, make their stupid comments. That's kind of frustrating, but I know you guys that are moderators do a really good job of it. Occasionally I come over and clean a little bit. So I watch too, right? Not always. I don't always have the time. So I really appreciate you moderators. You guys are amazing. All right. So let's look at the world as far as like the earthquake activity. At some point, I probably start doing volcanic activity as well. Now you see here these little yellow dots. Those are earthquakes. The bigger the dot, the bigger the earthquake. The orange ones are ones that happened more recently. There was a pretty good one in Hawaii. I have a friend in Hawaii that basically told me that last night. It was a big shaker. And so, again, that big 7.8 here in the Philippines. All right. I have to go in a little bit more because there's so many there, aftershocks and so forth. They're pretty significant size aftershocks. All right. I think it's right there. Yep. That's at 7.8. And that happened. I want you guys to notice a date on 6/7, the 7th of this month. Now, if you look out here on the edge, this is, let's see if I can find it. That's 6/7. I might have to go in a little bit tighter. I think it's this one. Nope. So, nope, that's not it. And that's not it. That's 6/7. So there's one like on the 6th. Is that it up here? Thought it was a little bit close. So that's the 4th. So they were starting to ring around here before this big one cooked off. And so anyway, there was one in here that was on this 6th. That was fairly significant one. It was kind of tight in there. But anyway, they were popping all around here. And then eventually it went big. So that's the 8th. So let me go back out again. So I'll take it back out. And this one up here, I think, was an aftershock. Yep, that's a 9th. And this one was early on. That was the 6th, right? So we had this one on the 6th, and there was like several more that were on the 6th, like this one out here. Nope, that's not it. Anyway, and that's the 4th. So that's the 4th, and there was one right in tight here that was on the 6th, just close to the one that went off. That was, I had it. So it was like I was able to click right on it. Whatever reason, I can't find it now. But anyway, it was there, and that was basically ringing this area, and so the ringing was getting to the point where it basically set off the 7.8. So that's kind of the thing I want to show you guys that, and that one was the 3rd. All right, 6/3, and then we're going to go back up the other way. So that one was the 5th. All right, so they're starting to come in, and they're coming in from the top down. So there's one on the 4th. So as you see, they're starting to come down, and then they bracketed, and then boom, right? So that's kind of unusual because, like I said, they usually start over here in New Zealand, right? So New Zealand just had a pretty big one. That's a 6.0 right there. And then up here in the Tonga, there was a 5.4. So this is a lot of times where the big ones start. And then they go around left to right around the Ring of Fire. Now, as I'm pointing out, they started to come down. Kamchatka had a pretty significant one. I might have to dive in a little bit deeper. That's the 7th. That was the day of. Let me go deep into here. Japan had several of them that were on the 4th and 5th. Oh, Now they're starting to go back the other way. So they're coming back for the United States, right back towards us. Fairly significant one. So that's the 7th. There was a pretty big one on the 6th. 4.4. Anyway, there was a big one that happened off the coast. Remember, there was the 8.8 happened off of Kamchatka and caused the tsunami that, went all over the place, hit Japan pretty good. Then had one of the biggest tsunamis that the United States has had. It was the biggest. So as you can see, the Ring of Fire, this fault line that comes down. There's a lot more, of course, but right here, remember 6.6 was where, or 6.5 was around the time frame where that big energetic came into Earth and the Schumann resonance went up. So this is 6.3. So just before it, we had a 4.5 right off the coast. This is where that big fault line. See how this fault line comes together right here. This is probably where it's going to crack and cause a massive tsunami that's going to just like inundate most of the West Coast. So let's go out a little bit more so we can see all of this. Now, what's crazy is Australia rarely has earthquakes. We rarely have earthquakes on the eastern side of South America. They're all on the western side. Just like the United States, most are on the western side, the Ring of Fire, right? So you don't normally get a lot of earthquakes over here on the East Coast. But let me show you guys how if we go from 7 to 30 days, we're going to go 2.5. Now watch this light up. Kaboom. All right, so lots of stuff that's happening here. Of course, that's 6.1. So this was after this one, the 4.8 on the 7th, and then almost the same day, but they have it down as the 8th. We have the 6.1, and then just recently on Costa Rica, yesterday we had the 5.1, 6.1, 5.1 next day, all right? So this stuff is starting to heat up all along here. This is all the way back on the 5th, Santa Maria, Mexico. Look at all the stuff that's happening all across the United States now, too. All right, it's starting to kick the United States. So this is what I'm talking about. And we had the more recent one in Hawaii, 4.7. That was today, or late last night, Hawaii time. So today, it basically happened. And so this bounce all the way across here, and we're starting to get, it's coming back left to right. And so we're getting this bouncing back and forth. So I wouldn't be surprised we have a pretty significant one in California. All right, 30 days. This is 2.5. Let's go all magnitudes. Look at all of that stuff. Look at California. It looks like it wants to blow up. All right. So, yeah, it's all that election fraud that's going on there. And I'm telling you guys, consciousness absolutely makes a difference. And you see a lot of this stuff is in the LA area. All right. So, you guys in LA, it's in your best interest to clean that shit up, but you're not going to. It's not going to happen. You guys are going to fail again, unfortunately, because that's the way it works for you guys. Right. Now, I criticized Texas, and they got off their butts, and they started to get active. I was criticizing them for a couple of years, and they're like, oh, hell no. You don't criticize Texas. Right? So Texas has been doing really good. Cali, bye-bye, Cali. All right. And I'll just keep, because, when I say shit about Cali, you guys cry. How dare you talk bad about us? You don't do anything. So that's why I know that you guys are not going to look so good going forward, right? And so get out of Cali, right? So anyway, there are, significant things that are happening in the stock market. So even if you're in California, you can still make money, right? Because you're going to need it because everything's going to go up, right? It's been going up like crazy already, and now it's really going to go up because you got all the people that have been like breaking your back are going to like pile it on. All those baddies that are there in California, and there's an easy way to get rid of them, right? There's an easier way to get rid of them, but you guys are definitely not going to do that. So I don't know. Maybe it'll finally snap. Maybe you guys, after being burned out of your homes, that kind of got people motivated to vote, and you had great voting, and looked like you were going to get some people in there who were going to make a difference, and now they're stealing it. So this is the way. This is the way of California. All right. So you see, consciousness basically will make a difference going forward. Will California get rid of its illegal immigrants? No, they can't even get rid of their politicians that cheat on them. So anyway, let's look at things that you guys can do that will help you in many different ways. And that's the LifeWave X2O. So this is an incredible time. This water is not just increasing hydrogen enriched water or structuralized water. It is basically putting light into your body. All right. So unlike structured or hydrogen water, which primarily affects surface tension, let's get scientific here, or adds hydrogen for antioxidative benefits. David's water machine, David Schmidt, the inventor, he started patches for the Navy SEAL teams. Yeah, he's a badass. And manipulates the very geometry of the molecule. So I love science. And I love this water machine. This water machine has probably saved my life. Right. So I highly recommend it. Now, if you do decide to get the water machine, you can join my team if you're not already a brand partner. Now, you see, they used to be you had to get on a waiting list. The waiting list is gone because it's full-time available for brand partners. If you are not a brand partner, you can become a brand partner for only $25. And you see here, there's different ways to join. You get more patches. We recommend the X39, the Celergize. So I came in big. I got the premium. I got everything, and I love everything. But there's other ways you can join. You become a retail customer, preferred customer, or preferred customer plus, and there's different options for you there. Now, starter, you come in $25. You buy the LifeWave X2O right now, and you will go up to when you buy it, because you get points and all kind of bonuses and all kind of stuff. You buy it now. The special is you will get $100 a week for 5 weeks. So it's like getting $500 off your water machine. It's incredible. So this is the new special where you come in. If you're already a brand partner, you can buy it, of course, and I hope you are. A lot of you are. But if you're not, you've been watching, you're like, I'd like to get that water machine. $25. Buy the water machine after you become a brand, and then you get, for the next 5 weeks, $100. You will zoom up to a 3-star manager. So the new compensation plan is coming out, and all of you that come in during this time frame, and this is not something new, it will continue, of course, but you will get that water machine for $500 off. So very cool. Very cool. All right. Now, the stock market, stocks are bust at this point. They're going down, and there's lots of fear. There's lots of people that bought on margin on credit, and they're losing their stocks. And when that happens, stock market goes into like a free fall mode, and it goes down very, very fast, right? And that's what we're seeing right now. So this is silver. Now, like I said, silver is, see this area right here, straight across. Silver's down to, like, should have bought some. It's it was down to like 62, I think it was. So now it's back up to 65. So it's going to bounce around. Now I think it came down and tested this low. So it looks like it did. So now is it going to take off from here? Didn't quite. It kind of tested it. So you see this low right here? It came down and it like I touch you, and then now I'm going back. So this is the way the stocks are, right? It's a back and forth movement. Now you see it went all the way up to 121 and some change, and then it came down, and it came down pretty precipitously. And this is the way, because look at how it went up. It went up, 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 up in a way, and it was in a beautiful balloon, and then the balloon popped, and it came down, and now it's going sideways, up, down, up, down, up, down. It's like a military guy. Now this is the way of the silver, right? The silver outperforms when it decides it's going to, right? So let's go back in time. Let's go all the way back to this time last year. So here we are, June of last year, and we're about in the 30. Let's go back in to June, right? 34, 32, 34, 32 at the bottom, and then it zoomed up. It's like, boop, I'm going up, up and away. And so it was around 32, and then it just like in one day it went up like over $2. It's like everybody's like happy. It's like, wow, that's big. Yeah, and then it started going up. I said, you're going to start to see 3s and then 5s and then 7s and then 10s and then 12s. And then it did. It just went up, boom, 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 boom. And that's the way it does. So it's up 100% at this point from what it was a year ago. And from what was that? That was January. So from January to now, like 6 months or so, it has gone down 50%. So which do you like more, 100% or 50%? So if you bought it up here at 121, you're like, oh, I'm down 50%. But if you bought it back here, you're like up 100%. So, now, if you're buying it right here, you're probably, before the end of the year, you're going to be up 4x. That's my calculation. I think we're going to go up 4x from here, maybe as much as 8. Right? Definitely a 4, and I think the 4 is going to come fairly quickly. Maybe by the end of this month, it's going to really start to skyrocket, and then by the end of the year, we might be seeing 8x. So, what's been going on with the stock market? Let's look at the Nasdaq. You see, it's like it's falling. It's falling. So there's a lot of red there. Daily reds. Right now, some of you are like, I'm out. I'm just going to run away. That wouldn't be good. So if you're in the stock market, you should have a little bit in the stock market. I do. I have some in SILJ. That's the only thing I'm investing in right now. But and that's silver. That's silver miners. And so you see how over a 2-month period, stock market went up about 20 to 25%, something like that. And it's pulled back not even 10% yet. That's normal. That's normy. Abby normal, I think, but it's still normal. All right. So you would normally see a 20, 25% rise in the stock market over a year. And it happened in 2 months. So this thing is a little jiggy, right? So that's why I'm not investing in this radical back and forth. It's like neck snapping so fast it goes back and forth. All right. So I'm out, but I'm in silver, and silver is going to do really good. So you can invest in the Dow Jones. As you see here, it was down almost 1,000 today. The Nasdaq was down, I think it was 1,400 on Friday. Wow. And so it's neck snapping, right? Neck snapping. I don't like it. I don't like to have a neck snap. So don't do it. But some of you are in there, and if you're in there, hopefully you're like a 60-40 or 60-20-20. 60-20-20 is basically gold, bonds, and stock, right? At some point, you're going to want to get back into the stock market, but not until it's dropped 80%, right? I would not get in the stock market right now. It's teetering. I still think it's going to go a lot higher. You still might see another 30% from here. Yes, from here. So it went 25% in 2 months. Why wouldn't it go 30% by the, I don't know, last quarter? Will it make it that long? I don't know. I think they're going to try and keep it pumped up through the election. So that's what I'm looking at. Now, the end of this week, that's when we're going to have Elon's rocket ship blast off. All right. So you're going to be able to invest in Elon's rocket. So now we've had a lot of Elon success, right? Tesla and what was that? What's the one where you like put your money in it? PayPal. So he did PayPal, he did Tesla, he did Dogecoin when Dogecoin was 0.00001. And I was like, well, Elon, he just rocks everything. I'm gonna get it to Dogecoin. Yeah, and that was my 7-figure Dogecoin move. So that was good. So we're gonna see this thing, probably go back up. All right, gonna be a little dead cat bounce maybe on Friday. Maybe it starts tomorrow, but we'll see. I don't think it's a little panic selling. I think it's going on right now. That's natural. That's normal. But we're gonna see this thing take off. All right. So that's my thoughts on that, and we'll see. We'll see if it does it. SpaceX. That's right. SpaceX, and I wouldn't invest in it, all right? But a lot of people will, and it will go up, and they'll make some profit. Will they get out? Will they take that profit? That's the way it is. Now, I've been slaughtered in the stock market, and I learned my lesson, right? So I get in, I get out. I get in, I get out. I get in, get out. Get in, get out. Sometimes that does not work, but most of the time it does. If you're a long-term observant, and watching things like Bitcoin. It's like it goes up, it goes down, and everybody's like, it's going to 1 million. I'm like, I don't think so. And then it goes down a lot, and then that's when you want to get in, all right? Because before the halving, all right. So it's every time it halves, before it halves, it takes off, and then after it halves, it takes off some more, and then everything else takes off. But they take off in different times. Like Ethereum might take off before the halving, or it might take off after the halving. So you just watch. You watch the different cryptos over time. You watch how they react. You watch stocks, how they react over time to different things. So we'll see a super bubble in the stock market, and then it will pop, and it will go down 80% or more. And then that's when you buy stock. That's when you start buying stocks. That's when you buy SpaceX, not at the top, guys. But most people will buy it at the top, and they will get slaughtered. All right. So some people are smarter than me, or they think they are. Right. And then they get slaughtered, and they're like, I was so right, but I'm not going to tell everybody that I wait, and then I pounce, and then I get my fill, and then it comes out the other end, and I go off and do another one. All right, so all right, so that's the way of the world, and that's the way of the markets. Now during this time frame where we're going to be like kicking the hell out of Iran and everybody else that looks like them. And then we're going to start to do the same thing here in the United States and Europe. Europe is showing us what's coming, right? So we're seeing what's coming to America. The Iranian, not Iran, but the UK, the Londoners, UK, and the Irish, the Fighting Irish, right? Don't mess with the Irish. Smalley guys like stabbing that Irish guy. That guy's still alive. It's like, what the heck? Good job, man. And fights for his life, even though most people would be gone. So then his buddies came and started beating him with like shovels and all kind of crazy stuff because they don't have guns. Oh, they're gonna get guns. Yeah, they'll get guns. The Irish know how to get guns. All right. So it'll happen. And then those people that push this on the people, it will be their time then after that. All right. And if they're smart, they'll get the hell out now. All right. Yeah, I messed up. I brought all those savages over here to, like, savage you. I'm just gonna, like, go out the back door now and quietly. But those that, like, speak out, like, stop. We work so hard to bring these savages here to take over your jobs and your lives, and stop. It's like, hold that thought, right? And then it'll be like swinging in the wind, swinging in the wind. All right. It's on tonight. Ireland is on fire tonight, right? And that's not going to stop until they're done. And then, like I said, they're going to come after the politicians, the judges, and the law enforcement. It's like that guy in the UK where poor kid crying out that he couldn't breathe, kind of like, George Floyd, but, I guess because he wasn't black, he was white these days. So again, every 400 years, we got to, like, fight back and stop that shit. So here we are. All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. I know sometimes it's hard, but that's the only way we win. You might say, well, how can we, like, hit the streets and protest? That's where you stay safe, because that's what I did in J6 in DC. I was in the love vibration. Nothing happened to me. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time.
So exactly when the trigger's pulled on some of these arrests, which in the case of, say, a John Brennan, even with the grand jury, President Trump, because it involves matters of national security, is reserving the right to agree and allow it to happen with exacting precision. So there's some date certain coming, and we're in the season, but exact timing, he's not giving that away. And there may be, it's not about a date time checkpoint solely. It's about a threshold. Certain things have to have reached a certain point of development, a crossroads, and then you take that option. And we haven't quite reached those crossroads yet. So there's yet more to happen before these next things, the rest are really where it starts to get real for people. And then there's further disclosures based on who's arrested, on what basis, and how the prosecution's going to happen. Is it going to happen within the Justice Department and the local and federal courts, or is it going to happen within the military? Because remember, when our election system here in America was attacked, it was by foreign actors, nation states. Ultimately, those servers in the server farm in Serbia were being operated by Venezuelans under Cuban intelligence agency supervision, Cuban operatives. Remember when we went in and got Maduro, all of his security teams were Cuban. That's why the people of Venezuela were so thankful, because they were, you couldn't get a driver's license without a Cuban agreeing to let you get it. They were running the country. Maduro was just their puppet. And that's also the case through much of what we're going to discover over the next weeks, months, years, is that China, Cuba, Venezuela, Serbia, a number of national, international organizations were colluding to allow remote voting, drop boxes for your votes, people not being able to gather together correctly, the machines being used in wonky ways, and you couldn't investigate, to stop the American people from being able to interact, investigate, and stop. It cost tremendous amount of life in America and across the world. And American elections, it was aimed at elections across the world to get you to where we just all vote on our cell phones. You'd never get another honest election for the rest of your life. you'd have the appearance of an honest election, and all the theater and everything else is just a magic act by magicians, just like the priests of Baal did a magic act. Oh, we're going to have God above take your child. He requires child sacrifice. When in reality, what was it really about? It goes back to Cain and Abel. If Cain was a hybrid and child of Lucifer, Satan, the devil, if you will, which is what the occult believes. Doesn't matter if it's true or not, it's what they believe. You don't see it in the Bible, that's fine. Although it doesn't list Cain as a child of Adam. He's not in the line, not because he did something evil, because he wasn't a genetic child of Adam. Eve was beguiled. Where did this entity, this creature, come from? What's this creature's origins? Who found his way into the garden? In their belief, he's one of the 200 that fell from heaven to the top of Mount Hermon and then came down off the mountain and eventually built a city built around child sacrifice, which children were being sacrificed. Think of this. It's said that the 200 at Mount Hermon that fell from the sky, they were all male, and they preferred the company of each other, kind of implying maybe a homosexual or something like that, but also intellect, etc. They were, from on high somehow, fallen angels of some sort, fallen creatures, humanoid, not human, not directly descendants of Adam, in order to go forward with the planet. Well, was part of that just the same as at the city of Baal? If there's any chance that you're a pure descendant of Adam and Eve and not a hybrid, Eve and Lucifer, Satan, the devil, the green man, for he hid amongst the green leaves of the garden and beguiled Eve, taught her the trick, and then she went and showed Adam the trick. She had twins, but by two different fathers in the same birth cycle. That's the way it's believed. That's their belief. That's the occult. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's just what they believe. So you're fighting a religion. And they believe that they have to take the population down to just the hybrids and get rid of everybody else and start over. So there's no direct descendants of Adam.
I think we just lost you there, Juan, for a little moment.
Not sure if you could still hear us.
Audio, anyway. Just wanted to ask, are they the? Yeah.
We lost you after you were talking about how wonky it would be for Cain.
I'm sorry, I had a call coming in again.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I had a call coming in. I apologize. But you see what I'm saying? There's this continuing theme over and over and over again in this good versus evil and who inherits the planet. This is for the whole planet. I've mentioned those stories before, but we may have new people. The story of Osiris and Set, two gods, brothers. But one being Set was supposed to be, very kind to humans, loved humans, took care of them, and everything else, watched out for them. Osiris was the most wicked of the gods, running the earth, these ones that fell from heaven, and chopped his body into 14 pieces, spread them all over the world. The mother goes out and finds all the pieces of the evil son, except for one, and reattaches the body to itself. And in this god occult, world, fairy tale fable world, if she can get his body reassembled before sunset, and the world today, for example, President Trump has called the American people to come to the National Mall in Washington, D.C., and rededicate America to God and his services and to good and to righteousness. Where are we going to be at? In a city built around occult, evil themes. The Washington Monument, in the cult that was running the way Washington, D.C. was built, the way it was designed. The Washington Monument symbolically is the penis of Osiris from the tale that I just told you. And the whole city is built around the occult themes of Isis, Osiris, Set, Horus, the angles of the streets, the buildings and their sizes and their orientations. Look at the Pentagon, 5-sided building. What's 5 mean? It's the number of grace to Christians, judgment, destruction within the occult. Why do you build the Pentagon with 5 sides? What does the Pentagon orchestrate and supervise? And so the numbers do mean things. The alignments do mean things. When we go to Washington, D.C., it's not to be in agreement with this horde symbology. It's to retake this national city for good and not for evil, and to stand against that symbology that others put into play and into place to steal the vision of America that goes back to the Pilgrims, even prior to the Constitution, which is even more important. And that's why President Trump, he's carrying his Bible that's a gift that goes back to a revival that happened in his mother's time and grandmother's time, not for just America, but for the world, and a move of God in the world, across the world, that is needed at this crucial moment in time, coming full circle. So, and I don't want to dominate everything. You got Sheila here. You got one of the great minds on a lot of these things. Also, am I on track here, Sheila? Is there anything that I'm forgetting to add here that people need to be aware of?
You're on top of all of it. The Osiris, people don't realize Nimrod, it's all the same god. Nimrod said he went to the sun and came back as Baal, the sun god, for everybody. And then when he went to Egypt, they deified him as Osiris and deified his mother as Ishtar, Easter in English, and also Isis. And when people get in the secret societies, they take oaths to all of this, and also to Ahura Mazda, the ancient religion of Iran that came out of Egypt. And people don't understand, because when you take those oaths, you're just doing it for a few seconds. So all of this is connected and related. And Nimrod, his mother was pregnant with his son before he was cut into pieces. And it was done by the other family members, because Nimrod was a great grandson of Noah. It was Cush, son, Nimrod. And so the brothers, the uncles and great uncles took this on, and they cut him into pieces and put him all over, saying, "This is your God." Now, is he going to bring his pieces back together? And so that part of the story hasn't been told, because Easter wanted it to be an immaculate conception. And so to duplicate the Immaculate Conception, they created this, and people have put up these symbols all over the world. I've heard there's over 300 around the world. When you go to the military funeral locations for the Civil War, it's sad to see all those soldiers with big obelisks on the top, or sometimes that's their whole symbol. At the end of World War I, our town, little small farm town, had the largest per capita per the Omaha Herald newspaper for World War I. And so all of those names that were sacrificed in World War I were put on what? In the center of town, an obelisk. Mm-hmm. And they've kept it, and now it's in the park in the town. We don't realize how these stories and what they become and what we think we believe in or what we think we know. And that's why there was somebody that put out in the chat that it doesn't matter if you don't understand these things, because Father's going to protect you under his wing. That's not how it works, guys. We've been deceived, and Father's very concerned about the deceivers, and they've spread throughout the land. So if you're a deceiver and you want to just tell people things that aren't from the Father, that's up to you. That's your choice, because everybody's making a choice. And you can say, I'm not choosing the other kingdom. But if you're living for the other kingdom, you are making that choice. And if you're choosing not to seek the truth and choosing, once you know you're deceived, to continue to be deceived and continue down that same path, you have chosen. And so it's that simple. And those that are protected under the wing are the ones, the innocents. And the innocents are what Juan is focusing on today. We're letting this happen to the innocents who don't know. I mean, somebody just sent me pictures and want me to send it out. They've got Charles Schumer kissing kids on Epstein Island. I said, you guys, I don't care. I didn't even want to see this, but now I can't unsee it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's what these people have done, what the UNESCO, the UN people have done around the world with the children around the world. We didn't know. But now that we're knowing, it's time to take a stand. Now that we know, it's time for us to decide. Because if you think you're not deciding for the other kingdom, do you know you're deciding for the truth? And so we've been chatting over here on the studio chat, and free will came up. And people think, well, yeah, but people have free will to think that they're going to be protected under the Father's wing. But guys, free will, Father gives it to you because he doesn't force you to choose him. It's your choice. But if you say it doesn't matter, he knows I love him, it does matter. And when we think we can't describe things to other people and we just get in arguments, what did Christ say? You may think you have all these gifts, all this knowledge, all this stuff, because people say, how come you can't convert everybody, Sheila? And I said, because it's a personal choice. And Father told me long ago, and I remember people wonder how I can say the same things that are in the books and everything else. I can tell you, when you're with the Father and he gives you a message about something, you never forget it. It's like it's just seared in your mind. And he said, Sheila, you keep trying to reach everybody. You can't reach everybody. You can love everybody because Christ said, no matter what goes on for you, love them. That's what they need, because when you start affecting them, judging them, going after them, telling them what they're doing wrong, how are they going to choose the Father who loves them unconditionally? Because you're not even expressing love toward them. And so he said, but Sheila, let's say it's 1,000 people that it takes to touch a life to have them choose me. You could be talking to them as number 575. You could even be number 999, and you're not going to witness it. I need you to keep moving, Sheila. I need you to keep talking to other people. I need you to keep spreading the information. And that 575-999 has never left my mind, because I did. I just kept going back to the same people, trying to help them choose different. And it's a personal choice by them. It has nothing to do, I may not be the one to say what they need. And I can see in some of the comments, you guys are getting frustrated because you're trying so hard on members of the family and everything else. My Father has told me who to stop praying for. You know why? When I keep praying for them, the demonic activity is so severe with them that their lives become completely miserable, because they're trying so hard to keep them encased. And I didn't realize that was even possible. And so Juan is covering so much depth today. I'm so appreciative to be on at the same time. And I can see you guys saying, would Sheila please come out and say something? And guys, I can't even, I'm so in it when Juan's speaking. And this is true whether we're on a phone call or whether it's something like today. I want to hear it all. And I don't take notes. And afterwards I go, darn it, why didn't I take notes? Next time I'm going to take notes. And doggone it, because when you're in it with the Father, it's not about refocusing and getting out a pen off to the side and making other notes. I want to take it in. And so that's what I've been doing. So you guys don't worry about me. I'm good. And that's why it's really good to have it like this, so you're not seeing my face. Because people said when we were on at Nino, and this back a while ago, they said, gosh, Sheila's looking mad. Is Sheila mad about what's going on? No, Sheila's not mad. Sheila's deep in thought. And so there's no sense in you seeing me be deep in thought. And this works better with our connection, that I not be on camera today. And I'm fine with that. So bless you guys.
Well, I just want to make one comment that to both of you. I think, cerebrally, the way you've explained this. And I think hearing all this stuff about Satanists and this and that, but you guys have laid it out so beautifully, and now it's on our show and people can listen to it for a long time, that this is a belief system. Like Juan, you said, it doesn't matter if it's true or not, it's what they believe. So it's what drives them. And I think with people understanding what this belief system is, it really gives a lot more insight into why. Because sometimes people get caught up like, well, why are they doing this? And how it kind of doesn't matter. That's what they believe, and that's what's going on, and it's our job. The other thing I wanted to say is, to Sheila's point, you said about, free will. And I think that if you consider the people in the chat, and of course myself and Stu and a lot of other podcasters, nobody kind of convinced us. We actively sought the truth, and we went to places that would help provide those answers. So to your guys' point, you can't convince someone. They maybe you plant a seed and they want to then know more. But that's why I think so many people in the chat are so frustrated, because you have people you love and you want them to kind of get it and understand it. And unfortunately,
well, hold on. I want to say something right here. Let me just dive in for a second.
Yeah.
Christ is walking with his apostles and the 12. And there's an entourage around them as they would come and go to different communities. And so there'd be a crowd, a surge around them. And, you didn't have megaphones, and you didn't have, broadcasting systems and all that. And so the apostles would go to talk with the people, and they acted like a filter, those that got past them to get to Christ himself, with questions, with needs, etc. And so they were spreading the message even amongst the crowd and answering questions at a very personal level, kind of a conclave type of thing. And so at one point, when Christ had the apostles off to themselves, away from the crowds, and he knew what the murmurings were, he knew what the questions were that were being asked, he turns to the apostles and he says, "Who do men say that I am?" Because there's all this murmurings. He wants, he's taking in some input. You've been talking to the people in the crowds in this area. Who do they say that I am? And one of the apostles says, well, some say you're John the Baptist, who had been beheaded, the one who had anointed or baptized Christ before he began his ministry. Some said that you're Elijah, come back to, minister, etc. There was all sorts of different theories on who Christ was. Then Christ turns to Peter, and he says to Peter, he says, "Who do you say that I am?" And Peter says, "You're the Son of God." And Christ says, and he goes into a little bit of a spiel. God himself revealed a truth to Peter in his heart, in the midst of all the other chaos, confusion, everything else. God himself gave Peter an understanding. He heard all the same stories. He heard all the same conversations. But it was something that happened inside his heart. It wasn't something he read. It wasn't something that somebody else explained to him. He got some kind of a response from God himself in heaven, probably asked the same questions, but instead of asking other people, other disciples, he asked God himself, who is this man? Who is this person? And he got a direct personal answer from God himself. It's the same here. Within the audience, we can put out information, ideas, understand our enemies, history, everything else. But in the end, it's a personal thing. The scripture talks about one that would come to reconcile the nation and the individuals on this subject of sin, separation from God, that went all the way back to Adam. And they understood very clearly. That's why they had all these sacrifices. It was symbolic of a sacrifice that God himself would require to pay the penalty of sin, separation from God. So they had all these ceremonies around that to reconcile a race, people, and individuals from their separation from God due to sin, in order to be able to come back in his presence, as Adam had enjoyed it prior to sin entering into the world. We individually have to reconcile ourselves with God Almighty in order to become able to come back into his presence. And by the way, you could be at a location where several people, dozens, hundreds of people die in the same incident. But when you enter the next world, it's very, very, very personal. It's very individual. It's not a crowd thing. Your situation before God, your judgment, your eternal circumstances are very precisely personal to you. And so while we look at things out across the world, things that we need to do, be counted on the right side of history, show up to be counted as President Trump has asked for on May 17th, and as he asked previously for on January 6th. And yet, at the end of the day, it's a very personal thing before God. Which side were you on? What had you done? And your reconciliation with God Almighty, accepting forgiveness of sin through Christ. Christ said, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes unto the Father except by me. I'm the portal. I'm the gateway." Well, can I go through this portal or that portal? Can I do it with these magical acts? Can I do it by aligning with these people? When you get to leaving this world and entering the next, it's totally personal. A near-death experience, when people come back, even if other people around them died in the same incident, they're all dealt with individually, and you will be also. So you have to decide and make a life change commitment. Please God, he put on human flesh like we put on a coat. Who was he? It's the Father. Christ says, "I and the Father am one. He who has seen me has seen the Father." So there's no difference at all, one to the other. It's just a human manifestation of divinity. And so when Christ, God, way and reconciles, because no man was found that could reconcile this sin against God. He personally takes the stead, provides a path for forgiveness, and then for us to again have personal contact with him. When Christ said to Peter, "No man, no flesh has revealed this to you, but God himself," it was personal in his heart. I can make the introduction, but it's up to each person in this audience to pray the prayer. "Please, Father, I don't understand all this stuff. There's a lot going on here, but I want to be in your heaven forever." That's what David said. "I want to be in your courts forever. Please help me." And accepting that God is the only way to get there through Christ and his sacrifice. When you accept Christ into your heart and accept the forgiveness of the Father through that act, that gesture, then you can be reconciled. And in this world and the next, have the promise of eternal life in heaven, as opposed to under judgment and separation from God, hell itself, with the devil and his angels, this whole crowd that loves evil. And but it's a personal choice. It's excruciatingly personal. Your parents can't do it for you. Your priest can't do it for you. Your best friend can't do it for you. It's individual. You have to choose life, choose God, and then if it's real, your actions don't buy your way to heaven, but your actions do prove, as you walk out your life in this world, which side you're truly on. And if you do things that are in alignment with God's purposes by faith, you show yourself to be a child of God by the way you live, by the way you act, by the way you make personal choices, and from time to time sacrifices. Is that clicking for you guys? That makes sense?
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, this free will is a beautiful gift we've all been given, but no one else can make these choices for you but yourself. And it's what path you have to follow is all down to you. And you mentioned precipice there, Juan. Can you just talk to us about, what you believe this precipice, scare event, near-death experience moment may be coming up for the people?
Stewie, right before we go into that, I want to mention there's a Hebrew word that confirms everything Juan just said. And that word in Hebrew is Echad. And Bill Morford, who transcribed the Hebrew into the One New Man Bible into English, he gave me that. He was told to prepare it 2 days before he found out I was to call him to meet. And when we met on our 7th anniversary of our first meeting. Father has put all of this together so I could put this in the new book. Echad means absolute unity. The Trinity is false. The splitting into three is false. And he gave me the 2-page summary on this. This is back in 23. And I was able to put it in the beginning of the new book. And Echad took up over 80 pages of the 100 pages of the personal letter, because absolute unity is what they've driven us away from. And I also want to mention from the comments that I got the last time we were on together, the ones that came out on Rumble afterwards, is that I can't believe this woman can take everything and make it spiritual and make it biblical. I don't think that any of this could be true, blah, 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 blah. I don't think we should listen to this woman. You see the fight we're in? If you don't think we're in a spiritual war, if you don't think we're dealing with good versus evil, if you don't think that the Pilgrims knew what was going on because their children were being groomed, the fathers were being boiled in oil, the fathers were being burned at the stake, and the men were taking the guards and the royals were taking the women and the children for their own devices. If you don't think they were running away from that to get to this uninhabited land that the tribes were sent to, and it's not just America, First Peoples in Canada. I see all of your comments, guys, about all of the facts that now you got AK-47s in the hands of Chinese at your borders. Guys, this is why we haven't stood up. And so I'm looking at all the chat today to remind you of what was said to me last time. And I have prayed over the names of those handles of those people, because I don't know who those people are. And that simple prayer is, Father, I thank you for doing whatever it takes to speak to them so clearly, so deep into their heart and mind, that nothing that comes out of them is not your truth. Nothing that can come from them does not express your truth. Because, guys, it is a spiritual temple that we have to take down. And it is biblical. And that's the battle we are in. And it's a battle we've been in since the garden. And President Trump is willing for the whole world to stand and work on all of this. And now there's armchair quarterbacks trying to tell Trump what he should be focused upon. Out of people that we have trusted over time, people that we have thought were voices over time, but now they're trying to say how this all should be done. There's one general that just will not stop. There's 2 colonels that just will not stop. And now you guys are writing to me that, well, this is a whole different way that this should be going. This is not President Trump by himself. President Trump understands the war we are in. The 200 generals that brought him in 2015 understand the war that we are in. And my heart goes out to those of you who don't understand the war that we are in, because it is spiritual, it is biblical, and I have lived where you have lived. I had the corporation. I was going to be on ABC News. All these things, and I thought the world was pulling the rug out. Father just wanted me to go in, find out all of it for these days. It was a day I was getting the picture taken in my new suit with my hair done after the corporation was destroyed to get a 5-year contract at ABC in San Diego. I would have been in the mainstream media. My corporation was medical legal. I would have been supporting the medical process in America. Guys, God took me out of all of it, out of corporate America, where I was a human resources instead of a personnel director, because as soon as I went to human resources, they started layoffs. We have watched this in our lifetimes go down to a level that it never should have gone to, because we became a silent majority. And I see how you guys are starting to say in the chat that we needed to be a voice in this. We all needed to do that, but they killed all the true speakers. And when they did it, they had a whole different plan going on. And so I really hope that the one message we can get across is, if you get tight with the Father, and I know you guys are laughing because I've been saying this 25 years on all the interviews that I can get on. If you don't get tight with the Father, you're not going to know the truth about the enemy. The only one that can tell you is him. And what he just said about Peter, that is true. And guys, that was before the Holy Spirit was revealed. But Father's plan is so tight that the same day, Savan 6, when he sent Moses the 10 on the tablet, when he did that, Savan 6 is the same date. And let me look at this again. The Savan 6 is the same date as when he sent the Holy Spirit. Nisan 14 is the same day our Christ was on the cross. 3 days later, Nisan 17, not from a Friday to a Sunday of Ishtar Easter that everybody celebrates and calls it resurrection. None of that is true. So all of that deceiving is what I was talking about a few moments ago. When you spend your time deceiving people with things you think are the truth and you don't know the truth. And when he just mentioned, that's why I wanted to tell you about Ishad. We've been lied to about the 3 split. Why? The Brahma is 3 men standing back to back. Then the Vishnu, then the Shiva, which is at the end of CERN, the WHO, the WEF, the UN. 6 legs, 6 arms. 3 in 1. It's a lie. What Juan just explained to you, I know is sounding foreign to you, but I want you to go ahead and look up that word, Ishad. It means absolute unity. They've spent all of their time dividing us so we wouldn't be able to unite. And at least a third, close to a half of the points in the 45 points to destroy a nation are to destroy the family. Why? When you get the family fighting each other, which is where they have us, the generations fighting each other, you can only trust the government, not the parents and the grandparents. What did the Pilgrims put on the faith monument? The parents teaching the children and the grandparents mentoring. Why? Because they raised up great children. Why do you suppose they came to America before 1620 to arrive? They knew about the 20 in every century. And they were still captured, their money stolen 3 times before they got here. And they went ahead and came in the winter. Why? To get here by 1620 and not have their people. Guys, we're learning now what they've known for generations, for centuries. And so every time it gets too rough and people back away. The Q team is not new. The Q process is not new. Somebody wrote in and said there was a Q chapter in the Bible that was removed. I don't know about that. Juan may know about that.
It's the missing gospel of Q, that is, I believe.
That's what they're saying. There's a gospel of Q. And I don't know. I don't know what that is. But we've talked about the 5D communication, and that is Hebrew. That Father has given us the confirmation of that. And again, that video is on my website on the interviews page. Scroll down to the bottom and it just says, this is a video everyone wants Sheila to send them. Here it is. Just click on the link and you'll see 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And it will explain the whole 5 levels of communication and why nobody else can get it, because you can't get the 4th and 5th in the dimensions if you don't know the Lord. He has to tell you how to put the letters together, and he has to tell you the definition. And the one example that we used the last times we were together is the 3 eclipses. It went through, the last one went through 6 towns of Nineveh. Everybody goes, 6, that means beast, that means human, that means tent peg in that little video. But after all of that, what God said is, Sheila, 6 also means Ruach HaKodesh. That's what I want my people to know. What is Ruach HaKodesh in Hebrew? It is the tight connection with the Lord over all. That's the only connection that's going to get you through a storm, because you won't know. Father, he has saved me from 3 auto accidents in the past month. 18-wheelers trying to take me out, guys. I could go on and on and on. I could spend hours with you and tell you all the miracles he's committed in my life in the past 3 months. He still wants me here. Only he knows what else he wants me to do. But we're trying to make it so that you understand the depth of this goes all the way back to the very beginning. Nobody has taken on what President Trump is taking on since the Garden of Eden to this degree to get it done. Jefferson tried. President Jefferson tried. He created the Marines, sent them to the shores of Tripoli. Look at the Marine hymn. It's in there. You have to take care of the problems where they are, because they're bringing it here. So,
well,
anyway.
let me just chime right in there. By the way, Elijah, this great prophet. I mean, the stuff in his life is just stunning. What happened, but when the time for the challenge, the line in the sand, occurred with the priests of Baal and Moloch, which, by the way, Moloch is depicted as a bull, and the horrors that they would do. They would bring a child, give it to the priest, and the priest, with great ceremony and pomp, would place it in the hands of this brass statue, this huge brass statue, and red hot from being in this fire built under it, and then it would, with cables, be pulled back with the arms and dropped into the belly of the beast. And that was the sacrifice thing, with great pomp and circumstance, and the wailing and screaming of the crowd and everything else. Elijah came against that right there on their holy mountain dedicated to evil. He didn't do it down in town in Jerusalem. He didn't do it at a separate site. He did it at their sacrifice location. He took the fight to their gates of hell. And then the presence of God, the demonstration, the taking of Elijah's sacrifice over the servants of Baal and the priests of Baal, was done right there next to it. We're not waiting for them to come to us. We're not trying to get them to come onto our holy ground and do it. We're taking it right to the gates of hell. That's what President Trump has been doing by, I believe, divine direction. And he said so. He believes he's here as an act of God to have survived the nation and their butler. And so with all that in mind, imagine being called to be present. How many of the people that were there were people who'd never bent their knee to Baal, who were there to support Elijah at this critical moment? And how many of them were the ones that had been conned and deceived, even to the point of sacrificing their own children, their future, by the way, because for people as they would get older in that society, their future was their children, to help care for them in old age. They were sacrificing their future to these Baal and Moloch occult evil monsters. And so there was a line in the sand, did it right there at the gates of hell. There's people that don't believe we're going to make it through this moment, but by divine hand, and that's what President Trump is saying, we need divine assistance, divine protection, divine guidance to get through these moments ahead. Even calling for this national rededication 49 days before the 4th of July. And what's the 50th day? The day after the beginning of the Jubilee season to take back and reown everything. What does Trump know